It's the final round here of the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship, which means that today is title day. It means that all 4 championships which are on the line do have to be decided, and they have to be decided at one of the great championship deciding circuits that the world has ever produced, a place where battling can happen at each and every corner side by side for each and every single lap should it so need to. 4 hours of racing action today, and it'll be taking place here from the Autodromo José Carlos Pache here at Interlagos. Good morning, good afternoon and good evening to sim racing fans watching around the world. My name is Jake Sperry. Alongside with me in the commentary booth for today's action is Stephen Koenig. You've got Christian Deploy in the director's chair, and he's using the cameras provided by Dougie Beard. But as we turn to Brazil and we turn to Interlagos, a track which, for those who understand it and know it from the likes of the World Endurance Championship or from Formula One, it's a place that doesn't need an introduction. But for those seeing it for the first time, here is your introduction with our GSRC track guide.
Welcome to Autodromo's José Carlos Pache. Most fans and drivers simply know this place as Interlagos. Starting life as an absolute behemoth of a circuit, this Brazilian track was eventually truncated to the version you see today. Having hosted Formula One for roughly 3 decades, it's become very well known on the international stage. But it has also held rounds in the World Endurance Championship, as well as frequently seen Brazilian stock cars, motorcycles, and even truck racing. There's little difference between its 2 layouts, which includes the GP course and the Moto course, which simply adds a chicane to the end of the lap. In both cases, it's a tale of 2 circuits. The run past the start-finish line and into the Senna S, followed by the blast towards the Descida do Lago, are very high-speed sections that come back-to-back. Drivers will need to focus on top end in order to attack or defend. Expect most passes to happen in those two corners. But from Ferradura until Juchao, the track suddenly twists itself into a mess of hairpins and frustratingly technical turns. This can make car setup a real compromise, and for the latter part of the lap, an absolute pain when dealing with traffic. Pit exit is also a narrow affair, so it requires drivers to take care when trying to maximize their outlaps. On the upside, with this being a modern F1 track, there's paved runoff in abundance at many of the fast corners. The passion of the Brazilian fans always comes out in force at races, and it's no wonder with this picturesque track sandwiched right amongst the neighborhoods of Sao Paulo.
There is a place known as Interlagos that will have a soft spot in many a driver's heart in terms of the way it battles. But it is a circuit of 3/3, which is sometimes what we like to say is about this circuit, Stephen. You've got the fast opening section through the Center S, round the Curva do Sol and onto the Reta Posta. You've got the tight and twisty middle section through Ferradura, over to the Pinheirinho, and up over the top and down through Megulho. And then from Junsao, the long climb up the hill through Subida dos Boxes and Arquibancadas over to the line. It couldn't have been a better created circuit.
It's just a roller coaster ride from start to finish, and go and chuck in multi-class racing as well. It's going to be all about utilizing the slipstream all the way from turn 13 to turn 1 for our LMP2s and LMP3 classes, but at the same time navigating the battles of our GT3s. This is just an absolutely amazing circuit for an amazing series. And considering all the points on the line, who's going to be champions? Well, it's anyone's guess at this point.
Truly is the people's circuit here. It's built right into the community of Sao Paulo, and Rubens Barrichello's grandmother lives in the tower apartments over at turn number 4, which gives you just an idea of how interconnected a place like this is around this wonderful, wonderful region of the world. But let's talk about what we've got to get through here today. It's 4 hours worth of racing action that we've got to battle with. Drivers are split in teams of between 2 and 4. It is the drivers and the team's preference for how many drivers they use. They must drive for 4 hours to reach completion in those 3 classes of LMP2, LMP3 and GT3. GT3 split up, of course, into 2 classes of Pro and Am. So obviously it's an open setup that they've got to try and deal with right now. But crucially, a custom balance of performance, which is brought, of course, with some wonderful action out there. So when you take a look at how they're dealing with what they need to, this is a case of not iRacing default spec in terms of how everybody's balanced together, but it gives you a really good insight into, yes, it is going to be closer because everyone is on a more level playing field.
And combo that with drivers looking to push the limits of what they can do with these vehicles, especially around Interlagos. They're going to have to navigate fuel usage and tire usage during these 4 hours and ensure that they get the right amount of pit stops. The last thing you want to do is having to pit in the last 10 minutes of the race, costing you the win.
Yeah, and those last 10 minutes, you don't want to be diving up into pit lane. It is one of the shorter pit lanes and actually the fastest entry, I think, in all of iRacing to jump up into pit lane because you're on the pace, especially in the LMP2s, you're going to be flying up at massive levels of speed, trying to get up and over the top of the crest and in. I'm taking a look at the Team Hoistingveld 148 that's going quite quickly, but BP Racing and Otto Heitela going over 250 kilometers an hour to try and get the brakes slammed on for what is just an 82 kilometer an hour pit lane. It is one of the tougher pit lanes out there, and so I wouldn't be surprised to see if the speeding gun is going to be in good force here today.
Oh, it can't even take away the conditions. At the moment, extremely misty out there, which means brake markers are going to be a little bit harder to see for the drivers. They're going to have to really concentrate on where they are. A lot of muscle memory coming in. Added to that, Interlagos has got very, very strict track limits to it. So if you push those boundaries, you're going to start racking those track limits up. And unfortunately, you're going to have a very long drive through the pit lane as well. So that's going to be a factor, as well as trying to keep up the pace. I mean, everything here just brings it to life. This championship life. The cars are going to be an absolute joy to drive around. The drivers are going to have to utilize every skill that they have in their box to go and rule them all. But that being said, consistency is king. And so far, we've even had a couple of drivers that you don't usually see charging to the front of the pack.
Yes, we have done over the course of qualifying. We'll get through the starting grid when we move from our little warm-up that we've got right now over to racing conditions. But 4 championships we talk about are going to be decided. We will bring up the championship points later on in the show, but at least for the moment, what's worth keeping in mind, it's just a three race championship season. Daytona, which started the season off in February, Nürburgring last month, and Interlagos here. So you're looking around Marshmallow Frida on top of LMP2, Echelon SimSports LMP3 on top of LMP3, Voracious in charge of GT3 Pro, and then Backmarker Racing Green in charge of GT3 AM. I would say that none of the teams that are in control of their championship have qualified their car on pole, which I think is a very interesting scenario to go through to the final round of the season.
And it's also going to add that little bit of a challenge, because there's going to be a sense of hurry up and get through the grid as fast as possible for the people that are trying to push for the championship. Let's take Marshmallow Racing Team. They're leading out the LMP2s, but they're going to have to cycle their way through ahead of many other teams that are not in title contention, but are still able to fight you out on circuit because it's overall track position. You might not be fighting for first, but that 6th or 7th place that you're hovering around in is crucial for the team. And that is going to be the difficulty of trying to, well, talk to one another in a very friendly way, that please don't lose out too many points. At the same time, red mist can come down, and that's it. Game on till the very end.
Yeah, they'll be keeping their eyes firmly focused on how they can get themselves to the end of this race, knowing that they are in these cloudy, slightly foggy conditions. Early morning at the moment, as we're not even towards 10 o'clock in the morning, about 20 to 10, heading towards quarter to 10 at the moment. Track temperature here in warm-up, just 24 degrees out there, and the wind blustering in from the south at about 14 kilometers an hour. So there is movement and there is change out there in the air, but at least right now, these drivers getting those final elements of preparation. It might be that they've put the car up with full fuel and they've decided, let's see what the first 10 minutes of a race stint looks like to go and practice. It might be a case that they look at the gridandgo.com balance of performance and think, yeah, this might be a little bit tougher than what I was trying to navigate through in qualifying, and so I need to have a little bit more help when it comes to the low fuel end of the run. Drivers use practice for different reasons.
Well, taking a look at some of the warm-up at the moment, and the one big thing that's coming through is the LMP3s are starting to feel the pressure from the GT3s. Now, they're naturally not as fast as the LMP2s. They can hold their own against the GT3s to a point, but unfortunately, with the high-speed circuit of Interlagos, well, I look at Zach Herbert, who is third of the LMP3s. In his best lap time was a 1:31.2, and then you got Philip Klinger, who managed to do a 1:33.04. So that's going to also sit in the back of the mind of a lot of our prototype drivers that are not wanting to get swallowed up by the pack of the GT3s off the start of the line, because to pull out of that is going to be a lot harder, especially on a circuit that is very, very quick and relies a lot of brute force horsepower versus just quick, nimble cars.
Yes, you've got sections of this circuit and about 2/3 of it where it's all about putting the power down, but that technical middle sector, up and down, hill and dale, is going to be very tough to deal with. Checker flag has just come out in warm-up, which means we can take ourselves over to the starting grid here for today's action in the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship finale, and it is a very important pole position set by Fast Repair Motorsports LMP2. They are third in the they are way down 13th, I will correct myself, in the championship, and are stage hunting today. They've got the pole on a 1:26.469. Alongside them for company then, on the front row, will be the Havu team with a 1:26.4. 17.6. 07 Racing, the 77s will go in third with BP Racing fourth. And then it is your three teams vying for the championship. Marshmallow Racing Team Frida, the championship leaders. Lippert Esports, who are third in the championship. And Def Sim Racing, who had a wonderful showcase of driving to pull themselves the victory at Nürburgring last month. They have to go from 7th. Hyperion Racing will be 8th, and no start today from German Sim Racing Orange, so that will be them finding themselves out of position as they go. Stephen, I believe you've got your eyes on LMP3.
Looking at the LMP3 field, which is more exciting. I love myself in LMP3. It's Hyperion Racing. They'll be starting out in pole position, followed by Fast Motorsport LMP3 lining up right next door to them. Team Heikenfeld will be running in third, and then you got Echelon SimSport LMP3 running in fourth. A bit of a smaller field, but the times are incredibly close.
And so is the championship, but not many drivers in LMP3. So for Fast Repair Motorsports LMP3 and Team Huizenveld, both of them have to win today to give themselves any hope of taking the championship. Over then to GT3 Pro, where Team Huizenveld and the 248 have themselves exactly where they want to be. They're second in the championship, 10 points back of Voracious, and are in control. If it stays as it is, it will go to tie break, and Team Huizenveld would win, or actually it would be a complete tie break actually between a first, a second and a fourth, so I'm not sure how they'd decide that outright, but it would be very close in the championship. Voracious would go to second, but Voracious have to go through the two MJ Downforce cars, who are second and third, with Voracious themselves in fourth. Following that is Composite Performance 236 in fifth, with Delta Sport Sim Shop in sixth position. You've then got Nürburgring Esports Eschbach going from seventh, with the NJB Performance by Volker Transport Team in 8th, along with the Addicted Racing Crew and Fury Sim Sports Green, who round out the top 10 in the category. And over the page to the final 4 in that class, Backmarker Racing White, Hyperion Racing's third team there in the GT3 Pro division, and then the 288 Delta Sport Sim Shop team and Echelon Sim Sport GT3 Pro. GT3 AM still is an interesting category here, and Stephen, I think it's going to be a very close battle between now and the end.
Yeah, that's everything to prove, nothing to lose. Downforce Duo, followed by Montini Racing Blue, BP Racing 2, and Echelon SimSport GT3M will hold fourth. Backmarker Racing Green will be in fifth place. It's a bit smaller, but expect them to fight it out with the pros for the final round to prove that they will be the next of the pros.
BP Racing 2 need 19 points here on Backmarker Racing Green if they are to pick up what they want from this championship. And crucial to note as well, as the drivers all look to set themselves off right now on their pace lap, or what will be half a pace lap here today, Stephen, behind the BMW M2 safety car that we've got here, the brand new one here in iRacing, is that they will only have that half a lap to get the tyres into an operating window. So it's going to be very cool in terms of the conditions that they deal with. They're used to Interlagos being a hot track, but they've now got a lot of work to do to get into an operating window, and I worry for the LMPs over the first 3 to 5 laps of their stint.
Well, you're going to have to be relying on brake drag to try and get those brakes up to temperature for first of it. Little small movements can be done on the steering wheel to try and bring some heat into the tires. But as you said, with a new tire model coming into play, it is slick as ice to deal with the LMPs. But our BMW M2, hopefully he's got enough pace to just get something going. I think it's going to be a very gentle drive. My concern is a little bit further back towards our LMP3s, as those do get a little bit tricky under the cooler conditions.
Javier Berenjuel will be piloting the Fast Repair Motorsports LMP2. Teemu Korhonen is alongside for Havu. At BP Racing, it's Otto Heitela who's there, and Michele Sangali is there for 07. Keep an eye out on Ozzy Peltola in at Marshmallow Frida. You've got the likes then of Antti Terho at Death Sim Racing and Kai Hitchler, who is there for Lippert Esports. Green flag is in the air and the launch is underway as they now crest the rise over towards the Center S for the first time. A nice clean get-go from Fast Repair Motorsports in towards turn number 1. A nice lunge from 07 Racing. They get their launch through as now here come your LMP3s.
Absolutely beautifully done as they are hunting down. And so far, Timothy going and having a great run, but it is still side-by-side action through the center S's at the back of the field, but all clean as they line up in the train. But here comes our GT3s, our pack racing.
And you can see a swarm here today of the Ford Mustangs now, 1, 2, and 3, as it's going to be Philip Klinger leading Jan-Philipp Springhoff, and Michael Kaibach, who is there in third position. Facundo Rago has work to do in fourth for Voracious, as you can see through the haze of the fog that's there with a rising humidity of 99% today. They are trying to scrap down at Desquita de Largo, the lowest section of the circuit, the lakeside corner, to climb back up the hill again and give themselves every amount of charge that they possibly can. Looking at what they can do today, I would say it's all about scrapping, as here's Derek Heiberger now having to try and battle up through Ferradura, now trying to get essay correct here. This small flick right as you now drop down the hill to the Pine Tree corner, the Pinarino.
Going and getting on the power. That little Honda has got the run on the Ferrari, but let's see if the twin turbo will be able to pull away, as it's still some side-by-side action. Derek having to work a little bit harder than planned. It tightens up underneath him, but managing to just gain the position. But Derek Heiberger of Hyperion Racing in the Ferrari 296 needs to get the power on quite quickly. Zach Herbert in second place, contending to try and hold his position. Side by side they go through the center S's, but unfortunately it is Timothy out in the front, long since checked out of this battle, leaving the three to duke it out. So Zach in second place, watching both the left and the right mirror, trying to figure out what's going to be the opportune moment to keep him going.
I'll tell you what, he won't mind it. As wide through the corner then goes Adrian Dietzel, then as he watches Joan Rodriguez here try and hold that station at Ferradura, and manages so for Dietzel. He is going to, for Adrian Dietzel, he is going to have to now wait and keep himself in focus. Huysingveld and Fast Repair have to win this race. So to see Timothy Fries Larsen run away in the Hyperion racing car, it is music to the ears right now of Zach Hebert. They will not mind that at the moment. Now, there is going to be a black flag penalty out there for the 289 Delta Sports Sim Shop team. So they're going to have to go from 5th place and serve a drive-through penalty. That's Rehan Hakim who's behind that wheel at the moment, and it's for a qualifying infringement.
That's just gonna be absolutely gutting for the team, and especially with 4 hours of racing. It might sound like you got such a long time, but the pace at the moment means that you're going to get swallowed up by the field, and it's on the way through. So you've got to be so careful of racking up those penalties, as we see Adrian Dietzel late on the anchors to just try and make up some time and not losing track of that 3rd place. But let's see, Fast Repair Motorsport has really been on a proper charge to try and catch up to Echelon ahead of him.
Yeah, but this is still early stages as the MJ Downforce cars happily shadow the back of a very important championship contender, and Team Huysingveld second in the championship, and looking around at how many points they need to claw back in GT3 Pro. They just need the 10 out there to get themselves on top. It's a case of 1-4 against 2-4, and so at the moment with Huysingveld in first and Voracious in fourth, it's Voracious who would lose the championship at the moment. All emphasis will be on Facundo Rago to try and get by the 2 cars in front. So now's an interesting time to talk about differences between cars, because it is an all-American battle here through the front 4. It's Mustang, 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 Corvette.
He's on the Corvette, to be honest. I am a Chevy fan through and through, and so far the Chevy has been extremely nimble, especially in the midsection, able to go and close up on the brakes. Doesn't quite have the same legs down the main straight, but if he can keep in the slipstream to pull himself along, it'll do well. The MJ Downforce team, however, got to be careful not to slow each other up. They're relying on the Mustang's brute force, heavy acceleration to get them going, but natural tendency to have understeer coming out of these front engine behemoths are going to take away some of that play. So MJ Downforce got to be so careful, and this is where the Chevy is going to be able to take the pass and go for it. That's my opinion. I am a big Chev fan, and sorry, Ford lovers, you got to go with the Chevys.
Well, Facundo Rago will be leading line then for you. As behind that, you've got Ross Booth, who's very happily keeping the composite performance car in check at the moment. The Porsche, Ben Kelly and Macaulay for Nürburgring Esports Eschbach, also in the Porsche. Then another Corvette in NJB Performance, and then the McLaren of Michael Weber for Downforce Duo is there and in line. So here is Henry Perala looking with the BP Racing 2 car down the inside, and there's contact, and a round's going to go. Derek Heiberger there for Hyperion Racing 3, so he gets caught up in the tangle, and that was with one of the GT3 AM Championship contenders. There was a look to the inside, and I'm going to be quite honest there for Henry Perala. I'm not sure where he was supposed to go otherwise.
It's definitely a tough one, and now it's going to be the hard work of trying to claw back some time. The tires are going to be absolutely knackered, and you're going to have to try and figure out how to cool everything down and cool down the driver as we keep an eye on a bit of a battle for second and third as Johan Rodriguez, this is third and fourth. Johan Rodriguez battling out side by side, beautifully done. A little bit of pain sharing between the two prototypes, but come on, this is racing. We've got to love Johan managing to get the lead through the center S, but now is going to be taking on the front of the slipstream to unfortunately give the competition a bit of a run. So Fast Repair Motorsport is going to be keeping rather quiet on the comms, letting the drivers do what they need to do, and unfortunately it looks like it might be an X starting to be picked up for Team Heusenfeld, who are dropping a wheel off the circuit here and there.
Remember, they got 50 instant points to play with before penalties get applied, and it's a drive-through penalty at 50, and then every 25 instant points afterwards is another drive-through penalty. There is no limit today on drive-through penalties, but there are no fast repairs out there, so if you damage the car, that is that. In terms of racing action, you can't really do anything about it. Michele Sangali then, close for 0-7 Racing, eyeing up Otto Heitler of BP Racing then in third, and they kept keeping themselves all honest. Your championship contenders in your LMP2 category, a fifth, sixth, and seventh at the moment. So there is a chance for drivers to try and leapfrog up, but likes of BP Racing and Havu, who are the teams that want to leapfrog up, they got to try and claw back the likes of 60 championship points, and I would say that they are pretty much out of opportunities to make that happen. So it's Leiper, DefSim, and Marshmallow Frieda. Marshmallow Frieda with a 22-point margin coming into today over DefSim Racing, but crucially a 38-point margin over Leipert Esports.
Adrian Datel dropping down to fourth after just trying to figure out where he can get a bit of a gap at the moment. Unfortunately, Fast Repair Motorsport is working out. Big tank slapper in through the bottom, and unfortunately going to be losing a bit of time. But here we go. It is time for Regio to go and really get the run on the Mustangs. Starting to show the nose of the Chevy a little bit more, and saying, listen, I don't want to hang around and getting stuck behind you guys anymore. I want to get going. I want to get past you and start focusing on keeping the tires sorted out, because being so close, you're building up that heat through the brakes and through the tires. You need to try and cool things off, and the best way is to get some clear air.
Well, for Michael Kaibach, he's got one roll and one roll only, and that's to allow Jan-Philipp Springhoff to make a jump away. They can go to Dennis Menzer out there as their next driver in the car at M&J Downforce 211. At the 222, it's Rene Dressler who will be jumping in after Michael Kaibach in this race. Outside of Facundo Rago here, the Argentine team, Fernando Borda would be the one to jump in after Facundo Rago. So Rago out now of the Bico de Pato, down through Meguyo, and now through this short shoot run to Junsao. This is the junction corner, and at the junction you've got to get drive off the exit and climb back up the hill. I think for Rago in this sort of situation here right now, it might just be a case, Stephen, of just having to wait for any opportunities that present, and I think that will only come once the likes of Springhoff and Klinger pull away outside of about a second and a half, so slipstream does not become a factor. You can see closing right up underneath there, that rear spoiler, and getting not much more than that.
Always trying his best. The Chevy, naturally a high revving motor to try and put some pressure on, hoping for some sort of mistake, leaning into the right-hand mirror quite a bit just to try and get him to look And there we go, quick movement to the left as Rygo just seeing if he can maybe just throw the MJ Downforce 2 team off just a little bit. Maybe just miss the brake marker by a meter, anything to get some form of room. It wouldn't hurt to try and get past and get into that third place, but while these two are fighting it out, we cannot count out the little Porsche that could of Ross Booth, who's starting to gain a little bit of time and now starting to get into that slipstream.
Yes, that is also important to know that Composite Performance are very underrated in terms of what they can do, and Ross Booth, I would say, is their starlet there at Composite, who always seems to get that Porsche into a window that works. He's very strong in the Americas scene out there, and it's always a joy to see that sort of racing. I'd also like to keep my eyes as well, along with BP Racing 2 and Manatee Racing Blue right now, because Stefan Kurzman is going to have Henry Perala, who is going to be very close in the not too distant future. And remember, that BP Racing 2 team needs places on backmarker Racing Green, who are right now bottom of the class here and only going to be scoring 5th place championship points, which to my mathematics is 59 championship points out there on track. So, sorry, 66 championship points, and it will be 90 points scored if they can move up into second position, which by my mathematics would be enough to take the championship lead. So BP Racing 2 need just one position right now, and that will give them everything they need, as Rago has slightly dropped off the back and back into the hands of the Porsche, and Ozzy Peltola now having a big scrap right now, 5th position overall. Lippert Esports now being put under pressure here, because this is Death Sim Racing now that's trying to go through. So Marshmallow Frida's through, and now here comes Anti Terho to the outside, leaving nothing but a wing mirror between them as they dance into the skid of the Lago, trying to get a drive off the exit, balked off the exit. His Terho couldn't quite get up underneath.
Trying to go down the gears, use every bit of braking possible, mechanical, aero, everything you can to try and get it. Bantini needs to really put the power down. The Def Sim Racing team have been on a bit of a charge. So far in qualifying, they've been pick up on the pace, but now they got to try and figure out how to get by. Not to take away, though, the drivers still have to realize this is a 4-hour race. This is not a make or break in 10 laps. This is what you have to try and carry through 4 hours of racing. Hand over to your teammates and let them do the job as well. So you've got to be so cautious to that. For some of the teams, though, it's an opportunity to go and say, look, we're at the front. You might not be in the championship fight, but it's bragging rights that is coming in. And Def Sim Racing wants to ensure they're scoring both points and bragging rights as they battle their way through. The slipstream of the LMP2 is absolutely incredible as they head towards the center S.
And looking down the inside, it looks like it's going to be close, door to door as they go, and Anti Terho nowhere to go. Some resolute defending by Kai Hitchler there to just give himself the defense, and now Anti's got to try and attack again, and another lap stuck behind. He can't really afford, as they now start hitting lap traffic for the first time in the form of Derek Heiberger there for Hyperion Racing 3. So they're going to have to try and dance, and they've been allowed the inside line to go and work with as they dive up into Ferradura here, the horseshoe corner, this long right-hander, and then on the brakes for SA here, this short right, which is the big braking zone up at the top of the hill. Sangali has his eyes set on Heitler there in the BP racing car, and look at the back of the categories, they're now starting to hit. This is what we call endurance racing at its finest. The first run through the traffic, always the most difficult.
That it's like a dance. You've got to play the tango with your competitors and let them take either the lead, or you're got to take the lead to try and shuffle your way through. But at the same time, this is where your classes can actually land up boxing you into a situation, putting you on the outside line, getting you caught behind the slower cars. It's just everything becomes a little bit too busy, and at the same time, you're watching so much going on. That 50-meter board might be 20 meters too far back after you hit the brakes.
Yes, so you have to really adjust to what the drivers in front are doing, as Sangali, again, shadowing Otto Heitila then for position. They've got Stefan Kurzman just in front. No move from the Manatee Blue car. 07 will be happy about that. They can pick a run up now off of the exit, dancing through the left and moving over. It'll be the outside line searching, but quite wisely, Sangali backs out of it, doesn't want to move up into Ferradura. It's almost a case of diminishing returns up at that section of the road. So that was a case of, I'll be patient now, I'll try and get it back later, as Joan Rodriguez gets pushed into the curb and actually gives a bit of door back to the Team Hoisingveld 148. Adrian Dietzel here is in a real scrap, and this is for the back of the class. Rodriguez on the outside, on the inside, gets that turn in, and ultimately for Adrian Dietzler, he just had to hit the turn and realise I could not turn in exactly where I wanted to.
For Rodriguez, the fight is not over just as yet. Team Hussenfeld is not making it any secret that they want that position. They are really up against the back diffuser. Bit of a tank slapper on the way through. And Rodriguez is going to be rather happy with that. Getting a little bit of breathing room. 0.6 of a second at the moment. But now to just keep going on. No one wants to get any bit of damage at the start of this race. Otherwise, it may be detrimental to the championship, especially into the final closing minutes of this race.
Sangali is all over Heitila like a rash here, and again deciding to back out of it. And I wonder how much of this is going to be down to strategy, because we've already done about 17 minutes worth of racing. Every time you decide to lift off, that's a little bit of fuel that can be saved out there. So if you're thinking long game here around the circuit like this, you can get the fuel save game working. So I think that's a really important game of strategy that we've been seeing out here and played, that everybody here is in a position to realise that you could go long game. That's a big aggressive launch from Heitler down the inside of Yannick Dismon there at the Addicted Racing Crew, and it gets a bit of door on the exit too. It's never easy being the GT traffic when you've got the LMPs trying to get by.
That is just one thing you got to always keep your eyes on, is the mirror. I think it's actually harder to be the GT3 racers at this point, because not only are you concentrating on the racing ahead of you, but you've also got to look in those mirrors, see the faster traffic, and plan your line accordingly. You don't want to be shoved off your racing line too often, otherwise you're in for a compromising drive. And especially here at Interlagos, once again, those track limits are extremely harsh, so you much prefer to hold your line. But I've got to give it up for the teams going and maneuvering their way through it, not having too much of an issue. But back up towards the top of our running, it is Michael Kaibach of the MJ Downforce 2, down one position, now needing to try and reclaim, and also getting a bit busy with the LMP2s. But Booth is still hanging on by the skin of the teeth at this point, and has an opportunity to just start hurting MJ Downforce 2 a little bit more in this fight.
We got two penalties coming in the GT3 Pro category. Fury Sim Sport Green and Delta Sport Sim Shop 288. Not to be confused with the 289 that had the start penalty. Both have infringements, and round goes Fury Sim Sport Green. Marceau Williams has just spun it, coming through SA corner. There he is, trying to return back to circuit, and a very tough place on track. Tough for Marceau Williams. There is now Marceau has got to find the pits between now and the next 4 laps to serve the penalty.
And Marceau's also got dirt on those tyres, so he's going to have to get it scrubbed off before he can get going. And in these conditions, that's a little bit harder to do. You're going to have to take a little bit more gentler, and also try and get rid of that frustration of knowing that you have to visit the pits as well. The stewards are going to be working overtime here, but it is an absolute knock, as we see Marcel Sangali trying everything possible to just not lose any time. Dives up on the inside of the LMP2 class and is really on a charge at this point, not to get caught out, and wanting to gain as much time as possible as everything starts to free up just a little bit more.
3 seconds now, the gap between Voracious and also MJ Downforce 211. So that's really hurt, having to deal with the traffic diving through the corners, and they are having to leave that room here, are the leading duo. But for this 3-car trio that's coming through, of Heitila, of Sangali, of Peltola, Marshmallow Frieda knows they are not battling any of the cars in front. They just have to follow on through and make as many places as possible to make life difficult for those behind to navigate and manage what is needed coming out of the Pinarino corner and over up the hill to the Bico de Pato. A big lunge down the inside and a case of eyes bigger than the belly for Ozzy Peltola, who will drop all the time by being too close to Michele Sangali through there. Out then of Meguyo, and there's no angle in, and that's the worry that you're going to have being Jan-Philipp Springhoff there trying to go through the corner for M&J Downforce. In the lower speed corners, the mechanical grip overrides the likes of the aerodynamic grip, and so your GT3 Pros are actually quicker through Junsao.
Get also a little bit frustrated at the same time because suddenly, hey, listen, you got to get up and go, and that's also something to factor in. I want to just point out 07 Racing, they are out of the championship. They're sitting in the top 10 of the LMP2 class, but what would it be to go and say you finished up the championship on the podium at this point? I mean, that is something that I think the whole team are looking at and saying, this is actually a viable chance. This is one way to stick it to the rest and give ourselves that little bit more motivation heading into the later part of 2025. I mean, this is an opportunity to prove that they're one of the top teams out there, and especially at a very difficult circuit like Interlagos.
Yeah, you've got to stand out and say, well, what does this result mean for me? And any team that takes a victory here today is proving that they want form and momentum heading into the summer months here of sim racing. And we do love a lot of summer sim racing. The endurance calendar, when it comes to sim racing, often does tend to tilt a different way, though. It tilts to be more of a winter activity out there, and some of the more open wheel battles that you see in championships become the summer seasons, so to speak. So that's definitely worth keeping in mind as they go through. And here's Mike Gallant here for Echelon Simsport GT3 AM, who has now found the back of the McLaren 720S of Henry Perala, who is there just in front. So suddenly it was a case of BP Racing were trying to push forward towards Manatee Blue. They're now going to have to look behind, and that's not what the strategy would have wanted to be, as Gallant chases up the hill. And right now his Acura is trying to use every single piece of power possible to get close.
Got to point out that the Acura is actually very fuel economical versus the likes of the McLaren. So all he needs to do is keep ticking those boxes, keep moving up, and focus on the long game here. And Gallant has just been doing that, keeping in the slipstream, not going and putting his nose into any point saying, listen, I want to get past you. It's more on the lines of just trying to save that little bit more fuel, knowing that McLaren's going to get a hit. And well, just as I say that, going and spearing to the left-hand side, just as a warning to say I'm coming by, and puts the McLaren offline. So Mike Gallant is going to be quite happy with that. The more you can get the opposition to put a wheel offline, to start racking up those incident points, those X's coming through, it might not help now, but definitely when you get to the second hour or even towards the third, you'll end up losing a bit.
Yeah, you certainly do. Very close for Mike Gallant to make that pass, but I will say it is very difficult to be economical if you're Henry Perala when you've got two flamethrowers out the back of your car as exhausts.
It's very reminiscent of the previous McLaren that used to do that. I mean, it's one of the best parts of being in the McLaren. Look, the McLaren is extremely quick in a straight line. The 720S, I think everyone can say on the iRacing service, is incredibly powerful in the straight line. But when it comes to the corners, it doesn't seem to bite up as much. The Acura, on the other hand, has been that little bit of a dark horse of late, that it can actually fight through the corners. In a circuit like Interlagos, it tends to do a lot better in the slipstream, but you're able to attack a lot more aggressively versus the others, like this, into the SNSs.
And just like this, around the outside, tiny bit of contact there for Henry Perala. He'll now understeer out wide coming off the exit of the Curva de Sol, who was trying to pinch the line, got a little bit of a wiggle, and suddenly the inside line's back there for Gallant. And Hyperion Racing 2, your leading LMP3, now jumps onto the scene. Timothy Friis Larsen now needs to work out where to go, because that is Zach Hebert behind, and this is for the lead of the category, and they're going to have to go through the middle. It's a very narrow circuit here at Interlagos, and they just have to wait for the battle to dissipate, and they get one car sorted. Gallant out of the way, one goes through. Now as we go on board with Hebert, two goes through at SA, but still round the outside you have to go at the Pinheirinho. Battle then starts to undo itself, and suddenly on the back now is Twan Vondenbeld, and Mike Gallant loses out that place, and then you got the Hyperion 3 car and Fury Simsport Green.
Oh, that just got all too busy. Antoine took the opportunity, beautifully done, saw the chaos ahead, saw Mike Gallant was busy, put his nose in, followed the LMP3s through, and said, thank you very much, I'm going to take that and keep on going. And Derek Hubbinger, who had a bit of a rough start, is also starting to make some ground on Mike Gallant as we move up towards the MJ downforce. Jean-Philippe Springhoff is now going and chasing down, trying to gain a little bit of time. And these two Mustangs are not backing off at the moment. It is going to be a race all the way through to the end. This is a sprint race, no longer endurance for these two teams.
Well, this is what's going to be very interesting to note here between these two and GT3 Pro, and it's going to be this in its entirety. Team Huizenveld are down by 10. It's 90 points for second position. For third position, it's 81. If this move were to be made by M&J Downforce to move them into the race lead, they'd be behind the Voracious team by 1 championship point.
And as we know, 1 point can make the difference in any sport, whether it be motorsport, whether it be rugby, whether it be cricket. It all comes down to the final point. That Murphy is always the thing. I always wonder, say, you either got Murphy in your pits that's got that number 10 and 13 spanner hidden away for you, or you got Lady Luck cheering you on. It's neither. You can't have both. You can only have one or the other. And at the moment, I think both teams are wishing they have Lady Luck and Murphy sitting in the opposition's pit.
Well, Lady Luck is a fickle mistress, as is known by everyone. You generate your own luck in races like these, but sometimes a track giveth and taketh away in tracks like this. And believe it or not, we have flown through almost the first half an hour of this race. No retirees to speak of. It's been an incredibly clean start to racing action here in the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship finale, and it stays and remains as close as you like right now for this leading category of GT3 Pro right now, as Springhoff happy to sit behind Team Huizenveld, who they will know very well as a team that has been pretty much up at the very highest levels once upon a time of sim racing GT categories. I remember a time when the VLN series would run in iRacing, and every time Team Huizenveld would be that team up at the top each and every time it ran.
This is where it's going to be a bit of an interesting time of knowing your competition, but at the same time, you're going and saying, well, let's see how it's all going to work out. The pressure's mounting, a little bit of pass creeping in, but also the Ford Mustang is one of those cars that either works or doesn't. And as time goes on, you're only going to find that out as soon as the tires start to go and wear out. Is it going to be a drop off a cliff, or is it going to be a gradual slide on the way through?
I'd keep an eye on that Voracious 214 because they had a very hefty blink out there on circuit just now of about 10 seconds, and they will have to be quite cautious about the new connection flag system that's here in iRacing, a black and orange mechanical flag, which would indicate that you won't get the lap time scored if you're ghosted out and your connection's not good enough. So they've got to be a little bit cautious about that as they go. Very difficult racing from Argentina, especially as you consider here today that your server, I believe, is going to be a Therefor server, which would mean that it will be based in Germany at this point. So it's going to be tough to get that connection going. But Thomas Vance, Echelon Simsport GT3 Pro, this is eyeing up a little bit of a battle here going on. This is Richard Hartley of Backmarker Racing White that they're trying to get by and fighting hard here at Ferradura. Hartley's got the defence at the moment in the 225. That is a pass made on this lap, so Vance will now have to try and attack back. And then you've got Manatee Blue and Delta Sport Sim Shop close together, a battle of Pro versus Am.
Thomas Vance doing everything he can to just try and put his nose in to get past that McLaren. going and trying to force him on the outside line into the marbles, get a little bit of a slide, anything at this point to just try get past. And at the moment, it's going to be a tough one, because when it comes to the pit stops, it's all about who's managing to get in at the right time. The crucial moments start to come in, and a lot of these cars are able to get in on the hour, but it's all about getting that one extra lap. And you can see straight line power, the McLaren just dominating out the box. When it comes down to braking, though, Thomas is going to be immediately back into it. And the Echelon SimSport GT3 Pro is going to have to work really hard. But when you've got a McLaren blinking out of nowhere, that's one way to get you off the throttle.
Yeah, it certainly is. You never quite know where the car is in front. You just got to hope that the car's still there. Now pulls back into the toe, moving all the way over, left-hand side of the circuit on the Hetaposta. Now into the skid of Interlagos. And for the moment, Thomas Vance can only watch Richard Hartley there as they both extend off the circuit there at the skid of Interlagos, slightly watching each other's braking markers and not trying to keep themselves in a position of promise out there. Still, though, Ligier Esports keep themselves ahead of Def Sim Racing, and these two teams are fighting to be the team that chases Marshmallow Frida down. It's a 3-car scrap because they got Hyperion Racing behind as well, but they've dropped 8 seconds over the course of this stint to Marshmallow Racing Team Frida, and they need to try and pull that gap back, but at least on this stint, it doesn't look like they've got the set that's working for them at the moment. Late 127s over that last lap, and they are doing exactly the same times as the group in front.
Always a difficult one, being stuck in a train and having to think, what else do you need to do? Kai, who's just ahead of them, going and landing up, putting a wheel offline a little bit, starting to lose out that little bit of grip, tells me that low aero starting to come into play. Tries to put the nose in, and not getting by just as yet, but you can sense that little bit of desperation of, okay, we need to gain that position, we need to close the gap. And at the moment, we are getting a little bit of pressure from behind, as well as Camden Croft will look to just see when is his opportunity to get on by.
Auntie Terho driving for Def Sim Racing, and it's not a funny name by any stretch of the imagination. It's that all of the drivers in the Def Sim Racing team are deaf and cannot hear out there on circuit. So in terms of what they have to deal with as a team and battle through the limitations that they've got, it's a very unique team that has done so well, and now dives for the inside, looking here at turn 1 to get it done. There's a bit of contact through the middle of the corner. Terho's got to leave the room, gives a second shove to Kai Hitchler for Ligier Esports, and out the way you go. The pass is made, but not secured yet. Lights flash to say I wasn't too pleased about that. Hitchler moves in the Ligier car to the outside, trying to find the pass sorted, but at the skid of Largo, it doesn't work. I'll give you this challenge, Stephen. What happens when you try and drive an iRacing and you turn the sound off? How difficult of a challenge is that to drive? As look at this, around the outside of Ferradura comes Hitchler straight back, looking for the pass. There is no quit out there, and he's going to get the inside of the Pinarino. Oh, this is incredible stuff between them. This is a full lap that they're going side by side, and Terho again leans and leans and leans and just about picks up the pass, and here comes Hyperion.
Hyperion immediately into it, and Kraft is not holding back. He knows that there's a perfect opportunity to go for a fight, and I can't imagine driving with no hearing at all. I mean, this is just, you're going to have to feel everything through your hands, but at the moment, I've got to say, Kai is in a world of problem, and maybe a bit of frustration crept in, small mistakes coming in, and now we're starting to see the likes of Camden Croft to really start laying in that pressure to try and get on by, knows that, hey, listen, there's an opportunity here. We've got a driver that's not too happy, seems to be losing a little bit of grip, but these three are going to be one to keep an eye out for. So for Hyperion Racing, it's all about keeping that pressure on. Remember, they've been racing against all these teams from the start. They get to know the drivers, they get to know the styles, they also get to know your temperament. And if your temperament is more on the lines of get a little bit flashy on the lights because, hey, listen, I don't like you doing that, and you might get too annoyed, well, for Camden Croft, it's let's try and be that fly on the wall that you can never reach.
Well, Camden Craft at the moment is housing the the LMP2 wooden spoon at the moment, and would desperately love to avoid being in that role. Lippert here today, who started in 6th, have challenged up for 5th position, have dropped back. They've now got work to do to bring themselves back into category here and into championship position, which they know they've got to have a little bit of fortune at this stage of the race to make that happen. Out of Junsao corner and up the hill, this is going to be where you need to find that pass, and you need to find that pass quickly, because you're very reliant on this slipstream. Through to Skida dos Boxes, the Arquipancadas then on the right-hand side, always full here in iRacing with loads of brilliant virtual fans. And now Camden Craft thinking about the move, but decides to back out of it, having a little wiggle there through the corner, having to work hard on the Cosworth steering wheel just to make sure that it points through the way it needs to. And you're going to see a lot of that coming out of turn 2, those big wide curbs, attackable curbs through the opening section of the circuit.
Too attackable in the LMP2. I mean, these are low to the ground. They bottom out fairly easy. You've got to be rather brave to really throw it at. But I've got to say, for Hyperion Racing, they are not holding back at the moment, and from sitting miles behind, they've gained a lot of time. And the 44 car probably getting the radio message of keep the pressure on, keep going. You're having an absolute banger of a race thus far, and we have an opportunity to really claw towards the front. One person we haven't been talking lots about is Javier of Fast Repair Motorsport LMP2, 2.6 seconds ahead, and is running at the moment. For Fast Repair Motorsport, they are sitting 13th in the championship, but at the moment, leading the race.
Well, you take that every day. This is a stage hunter's drive from the team Javier Berenjuel right now in the 0-2 machine, doing everything required. They can go to Diana Perez over in the next stage afterwards. So after Berenjuel, Diana will be jumping into the car. So they've done a great job to give themselves the platform. Now they've got to just manage that stage as they go through. It's a long gap to Harvu here and Timu Korhonen of about 3 seconds, and Korhonen will be looking around, and it will be Ville Ivalainen. Livalainen, who will be, it is Ivalainen, Ivanainen, who will be in the car. So for Ville Ivanainen, he will be looking to jump in and say, I can try and go through, and look to try and bring the car home. And it is very difficult when you've got a series like this to try and get a car that gets the right balance between 2 drivers. How would you look to manage that from each and every single driver out there, in terms of how do you balance the team to give a setup that works not just well for one driver, but well for both?
That is the hardest one of all. I think at this point, all the drivers had to give some form of feedback of, hey, listen, I want a little bit of understeer, oversteer. You got to try and find the hybrid of the two, not necessarily the most comfortable for you as a driver, especially if you got 2 different driving styles. Take drivers that enjoy more of a lift and coast approach to drivers that are highly aggressive on the brakes and the throttle. For ones that are very aggressive on the brakes and the throttle, they want more rotation underneath them to just get the car around. For the lift and coast approach, they land up wanting more understeer to them because they don't want the car to kick out. They want to try and keep that momentum going. So it always becomes a very difficult one. Your driver combos is also down to temperament of the drivers. You can't take 2 youngsters that both want to be at the top of the charts and absolutely going to win at all costs and try and put them in the front for the lead. You're going to have to balance out on temperament. And well, when it comes to the LMP2 with its Gibson V8 and only 90 liters of tank, you haven't got a lot of laps to play with the car. So to ensure that you have a car that goes long, is fast, and drivers are comfortable on the setup, well, it's like going and rolling the dice. You're either going to get snake eyes or you're going to go and get those 6s.
Jan-Philipp Springhob continuing to stay close there in the M&J Downforce team. Right now, the 211 shadowing the Team Huizenveld championship contending car, which holds that championship result. Should they stay like this, they would love a bit of help as well from the second of the M&J Downforce cars of Michael Kaibach for position, or even Ross Booth, who's joined that group third, fourth, and fifth on the road, chasing out the exit of the Curva de Sol, the Sunshine Corner, onto the Hetaposta, the backstretch, and now over towards Descida Dallara, the descent to the lake. Heavy over the curb goes Philip Klinger, and looking behind at Springob, who's not content to sit and wait, and is content to sit and wait. I look around at what M&J Downforce are trying to do. I think they want to win this one in the pit stops, which for GT3s will probably be in about 15 to 20 minutes time, if not 25 minutes time.
And I think for the likes of Jan at the moment, he is just playing the long game, getting a little bit of a lift, allowing the slipstream to drag him along for the Heusenfeld team. This is not the ideal circumstances because all that you're doing is punching a hole in the air. You're helping the competition save that little bit of fuel. And unfortunately, you're landing up with a bigger problem. But I do want to point out there's an understanding between both drivers of, listen, I'm not going to go on the attack. You focus on your drive. I focus on my drive. Let's go and keep the lap times going. But that being said, it's going to be a tough one. I think the pit lane, as you said, is going to be the busiest option for it, and who's going to be able to get in. And you can see that a little bit more of a lift from Jean-Philippe, who goes and just gives himself a little bit more room into turn one and coasts the car a bit through. Do that every lap, you're going to save a pit stop.
And you're going to try and make sure that you're going to save one lap here or one lap there and keep out of trouble. Springob again closing down the gap, but once more just happy to tip the car into the corner without any drama at all out there on circuit. And Springob, I think, is keeping this race very much in line and is managing. You could see there an early lift off then from fourth gear heading up to Ferradura, and again is going to be thinking about that focus through the SA corner and now over towards the Pinarino here, this long downhill run. They will have Joan Rodriguez trying to go through, so watch out for that either on the left or the right hand side. I think Rodriguez has just backed off of it for the moment to allow them to stay close and try and get a clean place to pass. And this is what you also have to deal with here as the slower category of car. You've got to try and dictate where the quicker cars are allowed to get by you.
And at the same time, you don't want to have that split coming in. So you want to ensure you're keeping close enough. You're not going to have what we've got right now, an LMP3 car going and getting in between the two of you, as it does look like Jean-Philippe going and utilizing the slipstream just a little bit more, but you can see the brutal 5.4 naturally aspirated V8s behind those Mustangs are going in and making life a little bit more tricky for LMP3s that actually run also the same type of motors, just the only difference is power to weight ratio.
Well, we've got to talk about this now because Teemu Korhonen has had a lot of help from the lap traffic and Berenhuel has been caught. So 3 seconds wiped out in a lap. 31.1 meets 28.5. Lunge down the inside then here at the Descida de Largo, and suddenly your overall for the race lead has just woken up.
It's gone and turned on its head as they try to get past third place of the GT3s. And Teemu is needing to really get on the power just a little bit earlier, but it is getting very, very lively for our leaders as Voss Repair Motorsport definitely held their breath while trying to deal with the LMP3 class. Well, the key here, as Ross Booth thinks about a move on Michael Kaibach for position, was that Berenhuel had contact with Team Heusenfeld 148, Adrian Dietzel, up at Ferradura. So that was where it all started to go wrong, and that's why all the time has evaporated for your race-leading team out there. Fast Repair Motorsports LMP2 has had contact on that last lap, and that's what's brought Teemu Korhonen back into play. Sangali as well sits there in fourth position. He's still been watching, waiting, looking at any which way he can go, and now as they dance around Facundo Rago out there on circuit, it's now going to be a case of third, fourth and fifth. Still yet to be decided, and I think it's still a long ways away from being decided, but that contact, I think, did a lot to change the complexity of this race. It's given itself a little matchstick to go and light and ignite. Oh, you can't also count out that Kaibach is starting to also look at the situation, saying, I can get my third back, as we see Timo going in between our leaders, trying to make up some time, diving for the inside line and fighting at the steering wheel to just keep it in check, knowing they have an opportunity to go for the pass here and score maximum points. It's all about trying to get that little bit more distance. For Fast Repair Motorsport, this is disaster, and they're going to be just asking and looking around, seeing if there's any damage to the car, if there's any aero damage to the car that might be knocking off even half a kilometer at this point.
Harvey are not looking for a championship, but they are looking for a podium in the championship if they can. A victory here will put a lot of pressure on Def Sim Racing and Lipa Esports here today, who have a lot they've got to deal with. That Def Sim Racing team, by the way, are down now a minute overall, so I'm just looking at what they've done in terms of strategy play. And I think Auntie Terho here might have made the call to dive down into the pits, get service done early as the first taker. Now we're getting drivers jumping into the pits here, and it becomes an interesting game because Harvu have made the call, and Springop now side by side for the race leader GT3 Pro, now trying to have to go around the outside, lifts off of it because Dietzel moves on through along with Ossi Peltola for the Marshmallow Racing Team Frida, but for the moment it's Jan-Philipp Springhoff, stares at the back, hopes for a move and cannot find one.
I mean, this has just been an absolutely close run, and definitely a moment for all the classes as they try and shuffle around. But it is Twin van Beld who's doing a fantastic job. The Delta Sport Sim Shop 288 Honda, the Acura, trying to make up a little bit of time and break away from the Ferrari 296. That brutal V6 turbocharge is incredible in low speed corners and is able to maneuver it. But now let's see how Delta Sport is going to contend with it. They're in 12th. All the teams starting to see who's in pit lane, and so far we have seen our LMP2 and two LMP3s of Timothy and Zach, the 144 and the 129, now into pit lane as well.
So we're very much now in the pit window cycle for the LMPs as LMPs 3 and 2 make their call. So Zach Hebert is in, so too now Javier Berenjuel, your race leader overall, which will now promote 07 Racing, and Michele Sangali up to the point then and leading this race outright. It becomes a case of who's got what coming off of the exit of pits, because it is going to be a long wait for the likes of those who have already pitted to come in and make those decisions. Again, Yannick Disman remaining close here to the Nürburgring Esports team out there at the moment. That's the Eschbach team that's there just in front of Ben Kelly Macaulay. And I do love what Nürburgring Esports have been able to do over the course of the years, how they've been building and building and building. They've got Peter Tamar that they can go to at their next pit stop if they should want to. So it is still an option for them. 3 hours, 11 minutes and 51 seconds remaining.
Still plenty of time. Yannick is keeping close, but let's go back to Springop, who is still on a raging charge to try and figure out how to get past Philip at the moment, who's not backing down from the fights, is guarding those inside lines a little bit more just to ensure that there's going to be no pass done. But for MJ Downforce, originally at the start of the race, having a bit of backup, well, they stone alone at the moment, as these two have gone and opened up a monstrous lead to the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's now 4.5 seconds to Voracious, so I think it has settled down a little bit in terms of the size of the gap, but still the pace that is being required is still quite huge. And for the moment, M&J Downforce are keeping that needle there because they know that they are forcing the pressure, but there is equal amounts of pressure of Voracious to hold their place too, and it's a case of both M&J Downforce cars are currently deciding this GT3 Pro title. If the likes of Michael Kaibart gets through, then obviously that will be more benefit for Huizinveld. If the other car of Jan-Philipp Springhoff goes through, it's more benefit to Voracious. It's a very tough game that's being played right now. And then you've got Ross Booth in 5th, who's very happy to sit and wait in that Porsche.
Ross Booth has been sitting, waiting for a perfect opportunity. I think it's going to be the joker in the deck here, to go and sling on by. For Michael Kaibach at the moment, he's going to have to try and figure out what to do to try and figure out where the Chev is going to lose a bit of time. But also, now, are you going to take that pit stop? You are behind the car, which means you can dive into the pit, get yourself sorted, and carry on into a little bit of clear air versus the likes of traffic. And unfortunately, anyone ahead of you can't do much about it. And that really does dictate the pace in the endurance.
Well, I think what is actually quite an important matter of fact that needs to be said here is that Fast Repair Motorsports has just come out ahead of Harvu, but crucially, that 07 racing car with Nicola Radice behind the wheel has come out in third. So they're ahead now of Marshmallow Racing Team Frida. They're ahead of BP Racing here and Def Sim Racing as well. They've got the launch. The team that has maybe lost out the most here is Liper Esports, who find themselves now down at the back. But Berenhuel still behind the wheel of that Fast Repair Motorsports 02 with that margin and has survived the first stint without being too far out of place, I think is the right way to say.
That's always the most crucial, is not too far out of place, but at the same time, you want to keep the pace up. Looking at the times that are still going on, go back to our GT3 leaders, where they're sitting at the exact same, doing 133s, 133.3s at the moment, and they've been consistent like that throughout the race, which has just been incredible to see. But even for the LMP2s, the 127s have been that consistent time. Traffic has played in, so you going and bouncing between mid 127s all the way to the 128s. And for Fast Repair Motorsport, they need to ensure they keep closer to the 127s versus the 128s to maintain their lead and to maintain the gap.
Yep, so to maintain that margin, they've just got to keep the pace up and manage that here in LMP2. They're doing a great job of that as Radice has now dropped those 2 places, then one to Marshmallow. That would have been on the front stretch towards turn 1. The other one now, BP Racing, have found themselves through. So Otto Heitela making the pass through, and Frida here is that team is doing exactly what they need to do. Build gap, build positions, because the teams around them that they need to race, like Def Sim Racing, for example, who are currently at 6th position, they now are making that life exponentially harder to chase down the championship points. Hitchler back down the inside. There's contact there, and they'll shuffle not twice but thrice as they went on through the corner, and still it's a case now of drivers trying to keep themselves what they need. Luke Wallace, who's new to the car, has taken over from Camden Craft, out of the frying pan, into the fire, up the hill, and just about has the place defended. But turn 1, the slipstream's going to be back in for Hitchler here for Leipert.
Just sharing a bit of pains, making sure that the liveries are all good, and once again, side by side, heading towards the center S. This is going to be who's first on the brakes as they dive in for turn 1. Absolutely beautiful, giving each other room. No one getting the better drive. Well, Kai, unfortunately, coming off the throttle a little bit more, has lost out. So Leipert Esports now needs to try and gain that little bit more pace underneath them. A quick flash of light saying, listen, don't get too comfortable. I'm going to come back for that position, and your tires are going to drop off. I'm making dead sure of it.
Yeah, it's about trying to gain back those places, and now Antti Terho has eyes full of grandeur out there on circuit because the 07 racing car is dropping back the time. 1:30.8 on that last lap for Nicola Radice, 28.2 by comparison for Antti Terho, who will be eyeing up then the 07 car, which I don't think's had much of a chance over the first couple of laps of this second stint of theirs to go and settle. And I think that's important when you're brand new into a car and you're in a race like this. Having the opportunity to settle gives you the chance to find rhythm and momentum way quicker.
It's the question then, what would you prefer, to be the first driver in the car or the second driver, especially in a 4-hour race like this?
they both have their pros and cons. If you're the first driver in the car, I think you've certainly got the ability to say that you are out there and you are setting the tone of the race for your team. If you're the second driver in the car, I think you are trying to take over on what you've got. You've got slightly easier road conditions to deal with, but you might be in a very hectic battle and you've got to be switched on straight away. I think it takes two different skills to be there. In terms of my skill, I'd much rather go and set the tempo out there and be a driver who leads out there at the moment. Michael Kaibach continuing to stay close in that 4th position, but these drivers here, they're all looking around and they are very close. In fact, we've just had the 07 car turn around. That's at the Pinarino corner. So car 77 was trying to get clear of the Delta Sport Sim Shop car of the 288 Twan Vondenbeld, and ultimately Vondenbeld's gone into the rear, and the spin there has dropped Radice back into 6th position.
Oh, the frustration will be creeping in of note. And also just trying to take a look at what's going on with the car. Is there any damage? How's the tires feeling? And you can only find out just about a lap into it. And Kai trying to defend and go on the attack as well. He's got the inside line. This is crucial to try and keep the momentum as he powers his way through. The Lupin Esports team needs the position gain, and they're going to go side by side, heading towards the center S, who's late on the brakes. We've seen Kai has gone for the dives once before. Can he get it hooked in? And just about got the nose in ahead. Comes across the nose, able to defend, and moving up to 7th position, but definitely a bit of a sweating moment for both teams.
Yeah, it was a tough moment there between them. They got very, very close out there, but it's just the reality of when you sit down and say, where can you find a tiny bit more out there? Nicola Radice could not find it, and ultimately they now move to the bottom of the class in 8th position. Liper now up to 7th, and 6th now belongs to Hyperion Racing. And again, it becomes a game of watch and wait out there overall. A gap of 4 seconds that still manages itself at this stage for Kundo Rago, watching Kaibach, watching Booth, watching in front. The ever-closing gaps of Springop and Klinger there for Huisingveld and M&J Downforce. So this secondary group, I think, are definitely not out of the race for the victory, but what they're probably looking at right now is we've been able to keep things stationary. That's fine if you keep it stationary. At some point, you've got to turn the wick up and say, I've got to do more than just keep the gap equal.
Aspect is all 3 drivers that are currently on your screen right now have, in 2 minutes time, they would have been in the car for over an hour. That buildup of lactic acid in the arms and in the legs will start to bug them. The itch on the back of the head they haven't been able to get to will start to ring out and say, hey, I'm here. This is where a lot of the stamina comes in for the sim racers, of how long can you go and keep the same pace for this long. Most of the people that are out racing in sim racing, your general iRacing endurance races, open lobby, will drop off by 0.8 to a second in a long distance race. Well, for these teams, they have not lost an inch between it. They have kept in the 133s throughout the race from start till now.
Yeah, they've done a very good job of keeping that pace honest out there. 33s, maybe a couple of 34s dotted around. A fast lap by Rago of 32.9, and closing up with Kaibach there into that section. But this becomes the interesting game that you find. It's not a case of that they don't want to pass or that they can't pass. It's a case of where is the easiest place to pass. And the unfortunate thing is, pit lane, always the easiest place. Defense now by Voracious, an important one at that as well to make, because they need to keep these 2 teams behind. As Composite Performance watch on with Ross Booth, and I do love to see the Porsche out there. It's a very unique car by comparison to a lot of the others out there in the GT3 sphere.
Point out that Voracious, this is the first time they actually showed their hand in quite a few laps to the likes of the MJ Downforce 2 car. And that's really going and telling of watching the mirrors at this point, starting to look away from the line and look to the driver behind you. maybe a bit of wear and tear on the driver's concentration starting to kick in as the windscreen wiper turns on for Ross Booth. Not because it's raining, but it also helps clear the windscreen of all the grime and dust that goes and blocks up your view.
Yeah, it's a case of here in iRacing, there's not just what you've got out there. Of course, every time that you run off the circuit, you drag more back onto the circuit. There's always that point of concern here on what has been a very miserable looking day here today at Interlagos. Tough conditions to go and race dry here out on track, and a little bit muted out there as they hit the brakes once again, hoping that there's going to be that look through turns 1, 2 and 3 once more. Out then of the Center S through the curve of Dassault, and Michael Kybach here. This is a case of I'm going to stay close, but I might have a little think about where I throw the car. Do I think at the inside again, just giving himself about an extra 10 meters of braking zone compared to the car in front of Voracious and Facundo Rago's Chevrolet out there on circuit. So that Corvette, I think, doing a good job. But for the moment, Michael Kybach's driving himself into a wonderful position, as too is Ross Booth for Composite Performance, and trying to sneak on by is Fast Repair Motorsports LMP2. They need to clear this group quickly.
Now, not to lose out any bit of time, but caught in the worst opportune moment, and that's through the infield, where you're going to have to just try and be gentle on the way through. You got to hope that all the drivers are working with you, as we do see the Composite Porsche going and making up a huge amount of time on the back of the MJ Downforce. Michael Kybach not having an easy time out there after being overtaken. That aero wash unsettling the Mustang just a little bit at this moment.
So there is that unsettling factor, and it's the middle sector that becomes the most difficult. But now, look at that. Into the pit comes Voracious, and they are going to be the first of your leaders in GT3 Pro. I think that's a really telling factor about what they're dealing with fuel numbers-wise, because they just about went an hour and a minute out there. So they've been running at the front, trying to chase down the pace. This will be a full tank of fuel, tyres I'd expect as well, and everybody else is going to be looking around thinking, well, how do I respond to this?
Definitely trying to replace your fuel lines with little straws to just see if the engine can take just a little less fuel. But that's one thing you can talk about, is the GT3s are able to switch up their throttle shapings, which also go and dictate how much fuel usage is in there as well. If you have, let's say, mapping number 1, where it's the most linear, it gives you all the power straight underfoot, versus, let's say, throttle mapping 3, which you would use most commonly under safety car conditions, you can save that little bit of fuel, plus lifting and coasting, and also just being in the slipstream helps. If you're leading out the slipstream, you tend to use a little bit more fuel by 0.1, 0.2 of a litre per lap in these cars.
And so, if you're using up that fuel mileage and you are trying to play that game, you can be a little bit coy with the engine maps out there, but a lot of it, in terms of what drivers are looking for, they like that highest engine mode, they get the most power, and then they decide to go with it. 1 in, 1 out. So, for the moment, the coverage is there by Michael Kybach. Everyone else looks around and doesn't do anything. Yannick Disman and the Addicted Racing crew now looking at the back of Ben Kelly McCauley. They will have Adrian Dietzel just in front to deal with, but on cue, in comes Ben Kelly McCauley to make a stop as well.
I've got to say, the one thing about Interlagos is that pit lane. It's like having Zandvoort, where you're aiming for pit lane, everyone thinks that you might be going in, and you can just move slightly to the right and carry on your race. So you can let the competition really guess at this point whether you're diving in or not. You can suck them in, get them tunnel vision right behind you, and last minute move out and let them dive into the pits. Or you can get into the pits. They're either going to follow you through, or they're going to just quickly snap off to the right thinking, darn it, I didn't quite plan on that one.
Yeah, it's a case of one of the pit lanes of you don't really want to be following a driver in, and sometimes if you're not paying attention, that attenuator gets a lot of use, and I'm sure a lot of these teams and drivers are hoping that they do not put themselves in that position in the not too distant future. Rene Dressler now in behind the wheel of the M&J Downforce 2 team, and they have come out a large way behind Facundo Rago, so that one lap of undercut has paid dividends. Still staying out though are your top two in the categories. We focus on Lippert for the moment in 7th position, exiting Junsao corner. We got two cars leaving the pits as well, Fury Sim Sports Green and the Delta Sports Sim Shop 288. Worth talking about GT3 AM because we haven't talked about them in a little while either, as it gets close now for your overall leading category. BP Racing, we do remember, has to go and get themselves up past Manatee Racing Blue in order to take it to Backmarker Racing Green, who, despite the fact that they're last here today, are still in a title-winning condition.
I'm taking a look at the two leading Mustangs. Everyone wondering when are they going to be diving into the pits to try and get themselves sorted out, because it's been a long time for these two monster vehicles to be out on circuit. Both teams doing a fantastic job to save fuel. They're hitting their markers, they're hitting the lap time that they need, but surely the tires, the fuel must be starting to get to the end. The car's becoming a little bit more difficult, a little bit more challenging out there, and they have been put offline more than once by the faster LMP classes.
I wonder if this is a case of I'll pit when you pit and I'll just follow you in and try and beat you as a battle of crews. That might be where Jan Philipp Springhoff and the M&J Downforce 211 team look at this. Team Huizinga, who have been playing their way at the front and doing all of the donkey's work, is there, and there's the decision. They split again, one in, one out. So Huizinga and Philip Klinger go to the end of their tank. Springhoff has been able to extend an extra lap.
There we go. It's that little bit of, how's the car feeling? Don't talk to me. I know my car. And if it was an analog gauge, he would be turning his head to the left-hand side so it goes towards full. But absolutely phenomenal. This is going to be a crucial moment for them now to push as hard as they can. For MJ Downforce, they're going to be saying, right, put in the best you can. Give us the most amount of spacing as possible, that at least we don't have that undercut coming to bite us.
Driver change at Team Huizinga. Eric Enders jumps in behind the wheel. Patrick Fogel is now there at Composite Performance. Michael Weber still stays in at Downforce Euro. In fact, they've just changed their driver, but it's a stay for NJB Performance by Volker Transporter. Niels Bokager is still staying in behind the wheel. It will be Stefan Buchel who will be in for Downforce Duo, as Eric Enders now leaves the pit, and Yannick Disman now is in 2nd position. 4th, it will be categorized for Enders leaving, and that will give us a great indication of where our drivers all will now sit and look around and say this is where the next phase is going to be. Facundo Rago, by the way, comes out still about a similar margin behind, and I think that's quite telling.
He's been keeping an absolute pace on the car, and definitely he's got his finger on the pulse at the moment. And the question is, when is he going to be able to switch out the drivers? Because there's a lot of trust of Facundo to really go that little bit further in the race, try and make up some time, especially with the chef, maybe knowing the conditions at the moment, leave him in the car for as long as possible before snatching him out, replacing the driver and get going. It's rather carry a little bit longer into the race, let everyone settle down, let everyone get tired, then put your fresher drivers in.
Tell you what was interesting, I caught my eyes on Backmarker Racing Green, your championship leading GT3 AM car. They've just got Isaac Barkley in behind the wheel, taking over from Case Eiserman, who has been in behind out there at this stage, as we focus on Stefan Jones with the white Backmarker Racing team car, the 225 that's there. Isaac Barkley was at near 45 degrees to the pit box as he was stuck taking his service. Not often that we see that, but it happens. And it is also worth pointing out here at this moment in time that the troubles that we saw on the rejoin for 07 Racing, they've been given an unsafe rejoin and an extra 10 seconds added on to their race at the end of this. So either they got to take the 10 seconds in the pit stop, or it'll be added on at the end of the race.
And take a look at this. Eric Enders leading out the pack, and once again, like we saw not too long ago, the two Mustangs nose to tail yet again. Team Heusenfeld going to be going and wiping the sweat off their brow there and saying, okay, now to get dialed in, get going. And for Eric Enders, it's to try and go that little bit further in the race. For MJ Downforce, it's let's see if we can put some pressure on them, try and get it all sorted out. But take note, your tires are going to be cold. Pushing too hard may land up in the dirt here, so think about it. You're not going to have that pressure on the nose to go and rely on the aerodynamics to help you out. You're going to have to gently bring them in and not push them too hard into the heat cycle. Eric Enders trying to break away and accelerate as hard as possible to, yes, do everything he can.
Yeah, he's doing a wonderful job there. It's very good when you forget that you've muted your microphone. Eric Enders right now keeps himself in control. It's Dennis Menza who's behind the wheel of the M&J Downforce car now. So it does give you a sense that they are looking at their driver changes, and this will give a good sense of what the pace level is going to be like between driver A and driver B out there. And Menza's job is quite simple. Hold the pace right now, and even if Facundo Rago does start to close on in, Rago's got to change driver at Voracious to Fernando Border at some point. So it's not a case of that Voracious car will be at that level of speed potentially for the entire race. They might be quicker, they might be slower.
So you got to think about new drivers means that they have to get used to the conditions. Multi-class racing is a bit of a jarring one to the system. So let's see how everyone's going to contend with it at the moment, and everyone having to just try and find their feet. And that's where I'll have to go back to the earlier question is I would prefer to be the starting driver, because right now where you've watched all the action, you've been out of the car for an hour watching the incredible racing going on and thinking, oh no, it's going to be great. Now, in the heat of the action, you got to find your feet, plus also realize the track conditions might not be the same that you practiced in.
No, very much not. And so you're looking around at the track temperatures, you're looking around at where the wind's going to be blustering in from. That often makes a difference. So you're looking around as well. Temperature of this circuit has risen quite substantially over the course of this stint. It did start at about 23 degrees Celsius out there. It's now gone up to 29 degrees Celsius. So the question's going to be, these drivers, the further they get along in a race like this, the hotter that the track temperature is going to be, the tougher it's going to be at the end of the race to get those lap times sorted. If you've got a car that is set up for the cool track conditions, you're good for the first hour, but anything outside of now, you're now going to be struggling for the rest of the race.
It's always the difficult one in setups, and goes back to what we leaned on a little bit earlier, making a setup that drivers can agree on, but now it's also making a setup that you're not going to get caught out with the track conditions. And at the moment, for Eric Enders, he is in a bit of a defense at the moment. For the MJ Downforce team, they've unfortunately got an LMP3 trying to carve their way through and get on by, and that's the Fast Repair Motorsport LMP3. Dives up on the inside. Sorry, that's the Echelon SimSport LMP3, the second place, trying to make their way through and not having an easy time.
No, it's not easy for them having to dive through, but Zach Heber, I think, is doing a fantastic job at the moment in that Echelon SimSport LMP3. They've been flying about and doing what they need to. John Rice is the other driver who will jump into the car. I had a great chance to have a chat with Zach Heber over at the Operation Motorsport 6 hour that went on about a week ago at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Absolutely fantastic character to go and have a chat with. And Zach here is looking around at this team and saying, we are in the A1 position in this race of P2, and they're doing all that they need to go and win the championship and get that all secure. So Echelon SimSport will look around and see that they've got what they need, and that their main rivals here, the fact that we've got less drivers here today, is a big help for the 129, knowing that there's no Simatox Sensations Velocity here, knowing that there's no Hydro-Ratio Desic here today. I think that gives them a huge amount of confidence, as the 07 racing car also picks up a pit lane infringement, which is an extra 5 seconds.
Oh man, and that is just going to be Yeah, everyone wonders a penalty, like 5 seconds doesn't sound like much. For a driver, that is the equivalent of kicking your pinky toe up against the bedside table at 3 o'clock in the morning. That is just painful. It will linger, and you'll sit there going, I should have just done something a little bit different.
It's the equivalent of the upturned plug or the Lego brick on the stairs. It is that much of a hurt as they go through. And yeah, you can certainly agree with me in terms of that one there, the Lego brick on the stairs. But Otto Heitler having to defend now because Antti Terho has started to settle down into a rhythm, and currently this is the race on for 4th position overall. Remember, Def Sim Racing are trying to chase down Marshmallow Racing Team Frida. They're 11 seconds down the road right now, so BP Racing, this is an important clearance that needs to be made here by the Def Sim Racing Team 18.
And once again, for everyone going and keeping an eye on the racing, it's a team that cannot hear their engine. They are relying purely on visual and feel to get themselves going. They are fighting for the championship, and not only have they got the problem of getting past traffic, they can't physically hear the traffic. They're relying on little radars and everything to just see where every car is, where it can be, and what do they need to do. I mean, this is just so impressive to see right now, of close multi-class action and the Def Sim Racing team in a monster battle like this.
Yeah, and just remember that they're all members of the deaf community, so they can't hear each other out there in terms of their own teammates. They have to go on their own dedicated video call and use sign language while they're in the car to illustrate what they want out of the car or what they want to do. So I think it's a really telling section of this race that they've got to be in this battle and working hard. That's MJ Downforce 2. Now, here's where the interesting part, I think, has just happened here. So Composite Performance are behind them, but now NJB Performance are bringing themselves into this race right now. They're through both of them. Niels Boekhager, who's now on his 2nd stint here in the car, past these 2 drivers who have changed in and got in brand new. So this is a really important moment for NJP Performance here, the 277 team. They will have to go to Daniel Stajak at some point, but here comes Antti Terho to the outside of his compatriot Otto Heitler and can't quite get it done.
So close. I just think it's so difficult to race in a Discord where there's so much change. To go and look at visual aid, it's going to be even more telling. Oh, a little bit close to pit lane. Both teams leaving no room for one another, but they are absolutely neck and neck into the bottom. And it is about who gets on the power first to climb up the hill. Unfortunately, Def Sim Racing seems to be on a losing streak here. Can he go a little bit late on the brakes? So, not having an easy time. Locks in the inside line, but had to work for that one.
Yeah, that was wonderfully constructed in terms of a pass. Goes deep through SA and just about manages it. So Otto Heitler had to make it work, but it was just that work. A move that must have been made was made, and now for Otto Heitler, it's a case now of try and lock in and settle for this next run going through, knowing that they've just lost the 4th place out there overall at this moment in time. So still a long way to go in a race like this, but it does get a little bit easier right now for the team in 4th position to try and chase down the team in 3rd position right now, of course, of Marshmallow Racing Team Frida. But remember, they've got to score 22 points on top of that. So if Marshmallow Racing Team Frida lose that 3rd place to Def Sim Racing, they go down to 4th position. They'll only be scoring 73 championship points out of today, which means Def Sim Racing must win.
It's always a tough one, as we do see our GT3s playing a big role in it, with Vicarious going and slowing up the likes of Otto, who needs to just try and now gain a little bit of time. It's always a tough time in multi-class racing, and especially when the championship points are on the line like this, there is no room to go and lose out. But now for our current driver, 4th place, is just launching his way up towards 2nd and 1st of our GT3s. They're in an absolute chase.
Yeah, And so this is going to take a little bit of time here to go and get that chase done, but it's still there. But the M&J Downforce team, they haven't fallen off the back here of Team Huizinga. I think that's a really telling sign here of just how good the running has been out there at the moment. The Downforce, the Team Huizinga team that leads the category have not been able to pull away in any way, shape or form. So my next question is, do you stick or twist at the next pit stop here right now? It's a case, Stephen, really, of when you sit down and you look at it, is this a case of do you want to try and build a mismatch?
I think it's going to be the opportune moment to get a mismatch, to try and swap things around and see maybe the tactics are being worked out. I mean, it's always a tough one. It's a tough one. I would go and gamble on try and mismatch things. Try and throw the competition off. Try and figure out what your next strategy is. Also, it's a 4-hour race. You might also need only a short tank to get it to the end. Rather get your short tank out now and focus on running it long towards the end of the race. That's another factor that all the teams have at their disposal.
Stefan Jones in the back marker racing white 225, looking to try and find the pass on Peter Tamar here of Nürburgring Esports Eschbach for place. This would be for 20th overall and crucially for 8th in class if this pass would be to become successful. But the Eschbach team close here as they run up the hill. They're looking behind at backmarker racing white, who don't really want to be backmarkers at this moment, but they're doing a good job of keeping this honest, I think is the right way to say, because they're not a million miles away off of Yannick Disman and the Addicted Racing crew. So off the exit right now, that Porsche very, very good when it comes to the lower speed corners out there, but the McLaren is very much a game of chalk and cheese. I'd say that's better in the high speed corners out there.
Definitely got the pace down the straights and the fast sweeps, but unfortunately anything low end is going to make life difficult for Peter Thoma at the moment. He is holding those apexes absolutely beautifully, going and killing off the drive, knocking the McLaren off cam, and now just able to open up the distance just a fraction more every step of the way. So the Nürburgring Esports Eschbach team have been doing everything possible to just protect themselves, hold that position, and also focus on getting the competition on the wrong foot.
Yeah, so now this becomes a case of where do you go and gain the next place and how do you manage it out of the Curva de Sol. It's a track where really I look around at the battling prowess and capabilities of this place. It is wonderful to see. And actually what I find really interesting here, Nürburgring Esports are deciding to elect not to use their lights. They're happy with the visibility that they've got, and they're using just what they've got in front of them. Everyone else has the lights on full beam.
It's one way to go and psych out the competition. We do know it is a tactic that's used in motorsport where you can just keep the low beams on and you're not as visible to your competition. And that means that you can't be a easily visible target in rearview mirrors, but at the same time it does make life a little bit more difficult as the mist doesn't seem to give up at this point. There's so much of it lying around, and maybe the driver's just too comfortable at the moment and saying, look, practice in these conditions, I'm happy with it and I don't have to worry about having the daylight coming through.
Well, it's a hazy day. I wouldn't say it's a lazy day out there for drivers. They are really having to work hard out there and do everything that they can in this stage of the race to pull themselves to a position where it works. Jones continuing to bring himself close, but at least for the moment it's going to be as you are as they run on by in towards turn number 1 and trying to get that late apex turn in from Stefan Jones. Manages that and looks to drive off the exit then of the Curva de Sol, but once again backmarker have their eyes set on finding the pass, and this might be the place where they find it here. 1 car length between them as they head over towards the next left-hand bend, of course, of the Skida de Lago. Can't find it, and at an anti-clockwise track like this, you're going to see more wear on the right-hand side tyres than you are going to on the left. And again, it gets close, and now they're dancing over the circuit. Jones thinking at Ferradura, not getting there.
Unfortunately, and as the track gets hotter and hotter, the turbocharged cars are definitely not going to like it. Like the McLaren with its 4-litre twin-turbo V8 that is absolutely brutal in a straight line. But as everything starts to heat up, those turbos start getting a little bit warmer. The engines don't seem to have the same rev range as what they started with. And where the Porsches, a bit more naturally aspirated, are able to keep that running going. So the last thing you want to do is get knocked off cam. Last thing you want to do is drop in low in the rev range. That isn't going to get the pull, and you can hear a little bit of a lazy pull through as they start making their way to the start-finish line.
Yeah, you got to just keep yourself in that position, use the slipstream around to give a little bit more oomph out there, and the key is very much set over 240 kilometers an hour, dancing about, hoping there's going to be a look to the inside, late as you like, door left open there by Peter Tamar, and he's got to be careful by taking that wide line. If he's anything but on the apex, there's going to be a sniff from Stefan Jones, both running as wide as they can off the exit of the Curva de Sol. Now it's closer than ever, and I think this is the case of, I'm tired of sitting back there, I'm tired of reading your sponsors on the back of your car, I'm now looking for a move.
Stefan definitely smelling blood in the water, that's for certain. Seeing the opportunity and seeing, oh, well, you're starting to fade a little bit. Let me start putting my nose in. But it has, at the same time, got to be so cautious not to go and land up killing your own drive by not getting the pass done and dusted. And yet again, taking a very tight line to open the corner up for the left-hander to try come back at the Porsche as much as possible. But Stefan needs to try and get this done and dusted once again, constantly leaning on the right-hand side.
Trouble at Ferradura. Marceau Williams, Fury Sim Sports Green, turned around by Timu Kohonen of Havu, who will now lose out second position after the contact trying to go through. They now promote Marshmallow Racing Team Frieda into second. It's now third that's going to be now for them as they look to try and recover through, and maybe a penalty as well. Very difficult to get the turn into the corner. Didn't get what they wanted through, and through all of that, it is also worth noting BP Racing 2 are now in position to take the GT3 AM title away from Backmarker Racing Green.
One little mistake has changed the entire landscape for the championship. And for Havu, they are going to be reeling at this point to try and catch up to Marshmallow and desperately trying to gain. So let's take a look at the replay. Going for the inside line. Oh, man, just that tap on the rear for the Fury team and swung around. And you can be sure both teams are going to be a little bit aggravated on that one. No room to get on by. But once again, if you're in the LMP2, you've got to see that it's up to you to make that safe pass. And unfortunately, that 30 centimeters is just a little too small for these big LMP2 cars.
We focus back with Stefan Jones trying to find that pass up towards Bico de Pato here, the Duxbill corner. I believe the biggest loser in all of that, who didn't have any contact at all in that incident we just saw there, Stephen, was Marvin Bear, who was there in the Manatee Racing blue team car. As now, there's a lunge. Junsao down the inside, leans on the rear quarter panel off the exit. That's a very cheeky little pass that gets made by Stefan Jones. And quite rightly, Peter Tamar is on the light saying that's not cool in terms of that pass. Up on the high revs of fourth gear, looking towards fifth, and gets the procurement of the inside line, heading towards turn number one. Here comes the dive back through. Stefan Jones doesn't fight it, and I think quite cleverly decides, you know what, that is going to be my redressing of the place.
Definitely one of those moments of, well, I made a mistake. Sorry about that. I'll give you the position, but I'll give you the first three corners before I come back at you as I go side by side yet again. And Peter Thomas is battling to just hold that Porsche in check. The McLaren starting to get a little bit more feisty behind and seeing where exactly he can get on by. That little bit of a bump to pass may have just done enough to take at least some of the life out of the tires of the Nürburgring team out.
Yep, so it certainly has just brought this closer, and there's Patrick Fergal looking for moves. M&J Downforce 2 struggling a bit here in this stint with René Dressler, as now it's a case of the Porsche trying to work out where it can go through. Fogel out of Junsao and now cresting up the rise. You've got a tiny little moto chicane there on the inside that they've just passed now, and now as they run through Desquita dos Boxes, they will look here at where they want to be trying to find that move. We are very close to another set of pit stops here in LMPs 2 and 3, as it's defensive line taken on the inside then by Dressler. Fogel not in a position to make that move, but waiting here out of 2, trying to get the exit on cue. Out comes Antti Terho from the pits for Def Sim Racing.
Oh, this is going to be interesting because now the LMP2 is going to allow for a bit of a slipstream, and for Fogel, unfortunately, this is going to be no drive for him. Going down the gears, lifting off, coasting a little bit more now, protecting the fuel, starting to think what needs to be done to carry that one extra lap. We've seen the pit stops have been getting fairly busy, and now the drivers are going to have to claw their way back into contention.
And I'd say keep an eye on those stint length times and what drivers are able to do. Def Sim Racing are running a very aggressive strategy by being the first team to pit consistently, and they might need an extra stop if they're not careful about the way that their strategy game has played. Fogel keeping himself honest here with René Dressler, as now they'll have to let through Nicola Radice for the 07 Racing 77, which has been in the wards and off of a couple people's Christmas card list. Dive through at Junsao, gets itself sorted, not much drive off the exit, but now you can start using the power then of the LMP2 to break away, and that Dallara P217 does in its end run away out there and manage just enough to bring things close. And we've just had a change for the lead as well now in your category lead of GT3 AM. So Stefan Buchel, who is definitely not keeping the same pace as those drivers around, about 2 seconds a lap slower here, has now allowed BP Racing 2 and Tony Asumanyiemi to now take the race lead.
Also seeing through the bottom corners, a lot of the drivers are starting to get a tank slap of the track temperature, slowly climbing up, the grip level starting to dissipate quite a bit. Everyone running a little bit deeper into the corners and sliding out. So far, if we saw back to the Porsche of Patrick, he was going and sliding the rear out continuously just to try and counter steer and bring himself back.
Yes, and so having to fight with the levels of grip and knowing you're getting less and less as the track temperature gets hotter. It's now firmly 30 degrees. It will feel a bit slipperier out there on circuit, a bit greasy out there. This is Stefan Buchel. This is the pass for the race lead in GT3 AM. So slow through the middle of SA corner, and it's going to have to be the long way around the Pinarino. Tony Asumanyiemi getting the drive off the exit and takes the move. That's a wonderful pass.
Absolutely amazing to see drivers still throwing down those haymakers, ensuring that they can keep on the drive and keep going. For Timo at the moment, he is absolutely pushing on, currently lying in third in class and needing to gain a little bit of time. And after having the previous bit of contact, it looks like no damage to the car. They're happy to go and try and claw back, but 2 seconds to Marshmallow Racing team. They're going to be rubbing their hands with glee because this is the points that they need to ensure that they stay in for the fight.
Yeah, so if they can keep themselves up closer, if they can get back to Marshmallow Racing Team Frida, that will certainly help them out. Frida as a team will not want any battling at all. This has worked perfectly for them after their qualifying position of 5th. They've just quietly capitalised on everybody else's either lack of pace or issues out there on circuit and really flown on forward. An hour and a half's worth of racing gone with 0 retirements here in this race, and not a case of you got fast repairs you can stay out. It's a pure race of no retirements. The racing standards out there here today, we've had nary a penalty come through, only a couple of 5-second rules or 10-second penalties, not really anything drive-through wise. This has been a very clean race and it's been really exciting to see.
do you expect with having top echelon teams like out here? I mean, this has been incredible to see. And this is why everyone comes back to the SimRacing Republic to race against the best. I mean, you're talking about iRatings that are 7,000 upwards. You're talking about 5,000. You're talking about drivers that you aspire to, hitting split one in your officials, going and duking it out for the win. And honestly, to have no retirements in pure racing, how it should be, I mean, this is just incredible stuff. And considering how close everything is, take for our leaders of our GT3s, there's 0.2 of a second, and it's been like this all race long.
Yeah, and this has been the eternal tease that we've been looking at between Team Huizenveld and M&J Downforce. This a pass which, as you sit down and look, it is going to be as tight as it possibly gets between them. Let's bring up your GT3 Pro Championship standings at this moment. I think this is an important time to go to them and keep an eye at them, because Team Huizenveld right now, they sit second by 10 points over Voracious. Delta Sports Sim Shop currently in third, and a long way back in today's racing with Backmarker Racing White and the Addicted Racing Crew fourth and fifth together. 10 points the difference. Huizenveld know that 10 points is the difference between first and second. They're first, Voracious is third. They are happy with where they are.
Absolutely incredible for Team Huizenveld. They really need to stand on the gas. And for Voracious, this is going to be a win or lose situation for them, maximizing every point needed to just charge their way to the front is what they have to focus on. MJ Downforce going and losing the rear, losing out on a pit stop, will only help them in the championship to keep the fight with the likes of the Huizenveld team. For Huizenveld, if Voracious drops any lower, it's game over, done and dusted. And the MJB performance has always been a team that you can go back and look at their past performances. They don't go and lose out too much time. They're lying in fourth place. They have an opportunity, they might, to gain some time on the likes of Voracious and dampen those hopes.
Yeah, so that's the chase that's on at the moment, but Facundo Rago's got a lot of time to go before chasing that one down. So I think that's going to be tough at the moment, as Dennis Menza has to allow a little bit of the faster category of traffic there through Anti-Turho through to make that position known. We are very much in a pit window. I believe we just had Harvu go into the pits on that last lap, but Hyperion are in, BP Racing are in, Marshmallow have stayed out along with Fast Repair Motorsport. So at the moment it's a case of who leaves the pits. John Rice leaving the pits then for Echelon Simsport LMP3, and they are still in championship condition. BP Racing have changed their driver in their team right now. They've got Tommy Kallio Kayala in behind the wheel.
Absolutely proper running on the way through. MJ Downforce now needing to try and make up some time, as Tommy, now leaving pit lane, will get caught behind the GT3s and will have to figure out what's the opportune moment to get by. Once again, tire operating temperatures. It's going to take it roughly about 2 laps for those LMP2s to be switched on and come alive.
Diana Perez jumps in behind the wheel for Fast Repair Motorsport LMP2. There is a change coming at Marshmallow Racing Team Frida. It will be Nathan Walter who will jump in behind the wheel of the number 5. The Floridian is now looking to go out, so Florida Man is in behind the wheel of Team Frida and looking to try and charge on and give that number 5 team the championship. Let's talk about that LMP2 championship at the moment as we focus where Anti-Turho is alongside Bike Comparison. It is a sizable gap here in terms of your LMP2 championship as Walter leaves the pits out there at this point, and it's going to be a gap of 22 for Marshmallow Racing Team Frida to have over Def Sim Racing right now. Lipa Esports at 38 have an outside shot, but they need a lot of help to make it happen. So for Frida, everything they've done so far today in this season has been absolutely spot on.
just going and battling it out, but I don't count out Dev Sim Racing just as yet, and Lightfoot Esports. As you said, they have an opportunity to go and make up some ground, and as we've seen, small mistakes can lead to 2, 3, 4 position losses in a flash of an eye. Everyone's still close enough to have a big impact on their championship. Nathan Walter out for the Marshmallow Racing team at the moment, trying to just contend with the traffic and trying to also figure out where to get a little bit more pace. You can see the LMP3s are quite quick in the corners. They can battle out against the LMP2s. They just don't have the same straight line speed. For Doug Sinato of the Hyperion Racing team, it's a little bit of frustration starting to come through of, listen, I am a little bit quicker here, you can give me a bit of room, and already you can see the drive he's got on Nathan at the moment is just immense. Not usually you get to see an LMP3 get past, and well, then it comes into horsepower once again. LMP2 just getting ahead.
Yeah, Doug Sorrentino, the caution flag has come out then. So that is right on a window for one car that's in the pits. There's one car pulled over to the side. It's Tommy Kallio Kujala, who's there on the left-hand side of the road up at Ferrari corner. And whatever's gone wrong there, it's now a yellow flag, and the field at just heading towards the halfway stage to be neutralised. And Tommy Kallio Kujala has just dropped it going through the corner on his own.
Oh no, this is devastating. Well, for the safety car procedure, we'll go to it now. Tommy Kallio, just has the rear spin out and monster impact. And that is all she wrote. Suspension, damage, gearbox, everything taking the hit. Well, for our leader now, due to the safety car procedure, they're going to have to slow down to 150 kilometers an hour. And everyone now has to catch up to the train, gently follow their way through, and they will get reports coming in from race control.
Well, it's huge in terms of that, and this is Luke Wallace, and that is exactly the Ayrton Senna spin from 1994 here at Interlagos. So easy to do, just trying to take as much speed as you can over the curb, unsettles the rear tyres and lifts them up the road. And so to get into this stint, Diana Perez not having much time to work with. We do have cars in the pits, like the Hoisingveld 148 has just decided to dive down in, try and get a quick pit stop in. Pit entry, by the way, is declared as closed, so anyone who has to make a pit stop is essentially going to wait. I think the interesting category now in terms of pit stop cycle is going to be your GT3 categories, because they're in a position of, right now, able to save quite a fair bit of fuel, but I would suggest they come in.
It's going to be get a cheap pit stop while you can and get yourself back onto the train. Remember, wave buys are allowed to be in as well, and that's what you're going to be banking on. Many of the drivers will be thinking of what they can do. Remember, I spoke about those mappings that you can do, the switching the throttle mappings. Well, for the GT3s is bump it to 3 and save as much fuel, and they're going to save that little bit of fuel if you want to. But it's who pulls the trigger first. That's going to be the question. For any of our LMP cars that have risked it, are they going to be hoping to save that little bit of fuel to just at least carry the way around?
I've looked at that Team Hoisingveld car, and I think it's run out of fuel.
Oh, no.
I think it ran out of fuel just as the safety car period came out, and they've had to take the tow back to the pits. And as such, they are now in a really tough position, and they are going to drop a lot of time here because of the fact they've had to tow. Remember that pit lane's closed. They've got to wait for pit lane to open again, I believe, before they're allowed to go back out. It's one of the really weird scenarios that you've got going out in racing, but that would have happened at the worst time for the LMP3.
Yeah, they have to wait for pit lane to open up, and unfortunately take the tow, which will be roughly... It'll be roughly 2-3 minutes that you're going to have to deal with. And this is Adrian Dietzel. Oh, that's out of fuel. That's out of fuel. That's spluttering out.
It's as quick, as simple as that. You are so reliant on a safety car coming out at a time that helps you, but sometimes it bites the hand that feeds.
It's one thing you just never bank on as a safety car. Just don't. As we've all learned in the past, if you bank on the safety car, you're in for a world of hurt. But the BMW M2 now leads out the pack. I've got to say, beautiful, beautiful car. Nice replacement for the Porsche that we usually see. You'll see all of the wave buys now getting allowed to get on by. Big thank you to our race control that allowing our wave buys to come through, and something that does actually help teams out to just get back onto the lap that they need to be on to catch up to the train. But at the same time, you're getting a little bit more heat into those tires where everyone behind the safety car is at a crawl, and those tires and brakes are starting to become icy cold as time goes on.
Yeah, so they'll lose the temperature in the tyres, they'll lose the temperature in the brakes, but even more important than that, it's a question of where drivers want to be. They know that they are pacing behind the safety car at this point, and they're doing lap times of about 2 minutes 41 out there at this stage. So they're definitely not using as much fuel. They're definitely not pacing around as quickly as other elements of what they've done during this race. And so with every 2 minute 40-second lap that goes around, that's more laps you can tick off, more time you can tick off. And actually, when I'm looking at the GT3 categories, it's more opportunity to say, yeah, we are in the window for a pit stop because we can do the maths back. They pit at 2:15. They've got a couple laps they still have to trundle around the circuit. An hour and 5 minutes, 65 minutes to save in terms of the fuel. It might be close for a sum for a splash and dash, but I think it's very manageable from this point.
The other bit that comes in, taking a look at our timing tower, is whatever gap you thought you had over your competition gets absolutely nullified, and now you're going to have to switch your brain back on to go racing to ensure you get going. The safety car lights are off. That means safety car is going to be coming inside, and that also now tells the drivers, best get your A game, best get ready to go, because you're going to be racing. There's the lights. Okay, so it comes back on. So,
yeah.
Game on, those starting.
Yeah, so that's going to be an extension of the safety car period. It's got a mandatory period of about 3 to 4 laps out there, so it's gone its third lap around, which would have meant that the mandatory safety car period here on iRacing, the default settings there, but you are allowed to extend it as long as 20 laps further, so that's what's been extended. Pit lane has now just been declared open, so I would say now at this point, and I'll leave it in your hands for the next couple of minutes here, Stephen, it's an important time for everybody to look at what happens now when this pit stop cycle comes into play.
I think all the LMPs are going to be eyeing out, and our GD3s, Eric Enders out in first place, is also going to be having a talk to the team, trying to identify whether they need to get in the box sooner rather than later to try and get the jump up on the MJ downforce that's right on the tail as they round the final corner, giving themselves a little bit of room. Everyone trying to figure out what's going to be the next opportune moment. And we wait to see if the snake is going to go into the pits. No one at the moment is going to be eyeing for pit lane. Everyone's going to try and stick out a little bit more. Nope, it is going to be Eric Anders of Team Huysenfeld into the pits. MJ downforce comes into the pits as well. Follow the leader situation, as it does look like majority of the GT3 field go into the pits. We have got likes of Vicarious going into the pits as well, and a bit of a late stop for the composite performance. They're going and diving into the pits. The GD3s now getting that cheap pit stop as life gets a bit busy for the teams. Up on the jacks they go. Change of tires. Get the old on off, get the new on, try and get a bit of heat in it during this time. Fill up those tanks while you got the opportune moment, but it's also brought the field a lot closer. We did see 1 or 2 LMP3s diving into the pits just to get a bit of a refill and get themselves sorted out and able to go on. Nathan Walter going and holding out in second place, will be chomping at the bit for the Marshmallow Racing team to get the jump on the rest of the field, as we do see cars starting to leave pit lane and join the back of the pack. There is Rego, who's back out on track. No one has got him out the car just yet. Patrick Vogel for the composite performance in the Porsche, going and holding that second place, and honestly has been that little bit of dark horse to deal with. Now has an opportunity to go for the top spot, but it is a change up for MJ Downforce, down 2 positions on the pit stop. They have lost a lot on their pit stop. Too much time going into the box. And now it's Jean-Philippe Springbolt is going to have to realize he's got a lot of hard work ahead of him, because there is a multitude of traffic before he can gain any bit of time. And this is going to be a bit of a wild one for him.
Well, that is a very big split strategy decision that we see out there, falling back to 6th place then with that Jan-Philipp Springbolt back in behind the wheel. And this now becomes a game of those who do pit versus those who don't. And I'd say that someone like Jan-Philipp Springbolt here might have an extra pit stop in the back pocket here that they don't have to take. By comparison, they're going to be looking around. It'll be about, I would say, 40 minutes to go, maybe even 30 minutes to go. The final pit stop for the likes then of Team Huizenveld. This is going to be about build a margin, but crucially, Huizenveld and Voracious, I think, has done actually something very, very clever out there with that strategy of trying to keep this one in range of those who are there around. And we kept a look at those pit stops to see who was going to be the ones who benefited, who were going to be the ones that were going to lose out. And when you look around at Composite Performance and Voracious, the tough day is going to be now you got to make places. So, now we are sitting with opportunities awaiting. Still, Voracious find themselves in 3rd. They know that if they move to 2nd position, they will be tied on points with Team Huizenveld. They will have exactly the same results over the course of the season as Team Huizenveld, and they will have work to do. Marshmallow Frida find themselves in place, but now is as good a time as any to talk about the other 2 categories out there. LMP3, I'd like to bring up the championship points for, with Hyperion Racing 2 currently in first position right now. Echelon Sim Sports LMP3, your championship leaders, in second, are currently doing enough to take the title. They've got 36 points over Simatox Sensations, who are not here, and then Fast Repair Motorsports LMP3, who are, and 37 points over Team Huizenveld. The matter of fact is very, very simple. It's a case of win for Fast Repair or Team Huizenveld and hope that Echelon finish last. That's where they sit. End of line penalty for the 07 Racing 77. They will go all the way to the back of the GT3 categories out there. That will really hurt them in terms of a run through. And we have had seen more changes out there by positions after the pit stop cycle. So in GT3 AM now, it's Echelon Simsport GT3 AM who lead the category with Downforce Duo in second. BP Racing 2 now find themselves third, and Backmarker Racing Green are now in fourth. If you want to bring the championship standings up for GT3 AM, I think this is going to be one of the most telling championships out there. Backmarker Racing Green have 19 championship points to play with over BP Racing 2. Right now, it's 1 position's difference between them. So for the moment, Backmarker Racing Green are doing just about enough. But BP Racing 2 need to make places if they want to make this happen. Echelon Simsport GT3 AM find themselves then currently looking around on top of their category at the moment. They're third. They're got an outside shot of making it happen. Downforce Duo and Manti Blue, only your top 5 in category here today and looking to make something happen out there. But the lights are going to be off on top of the iRacing BMW pace car, which means we are now going to be going back to green flag running with what will be 2 hours and 7 minutes worth of racing remaining, and the pace will be in control of Diana Perez, who is there in the Fast Repair Motorsports LMP2. Nathan Walter waits behind and watches with Doug Sorrentino, the first of the LMP3s, mixed about in the middle at 1 lap down, with John Rice straight behind, and then the work that Timu Korhonen is going to have to do to try and chase. A single file restart as the iRacing safety car, here the BMW safety car, will pull over to the left-hand side, and now it's about how early do you want to go. Diana Perez waits and waits, green flag in the air, and we are racing again.
Dion and Perez having a great run to just try and break away early on, but now it is time for our LMP2s to try and figure out where they can get round, as it's a big lunge into turn 1 as the field going off. It is 2-3. That's one of the MJ downforce cars landing up into the dirt and now having to rejoin at the back of the train.
Hyperion 3 was a team around, so too Backmarker Racing White and Harvu are around at the Curva de Sol. Michael Kaibach was the team. It was the M&J Downforce 2 car that was there, and Springob has had a wonderful start here and is immediately challenging here a team like Huisingveld, who have not had the get-go that they've wanted here. So Huisingveld, wrong place, wrong time. Voracious now lead, and Springob flies down the inside and immediately takes control. What a good pass that is.
And Compson as well, trying to get involved with it. Eric having his mirrors filled at the moment. A little bit of frustration, trying to get some heat into the tires. Oh, a little bit of contact there. Opens the door up, and unfortunately, it looks like the field's going to walk his way through. So Eric Enders having that little bit of contact with the composite performance Porsche, now suddenly having to deal with the McLarens around him.
Yeah, they're all there. They're all circling like sharks. And Eric Enders, this is going to be a big test to the Team Huisingveld driver for what they want to do with their championship effort. They know they've got to get back up to speed and quickly, and it starts by latching onto the back of Patrick Fogel, who's there in front with Tony Asumanyemi, who's there at a lap down of them, with the likes of Isaac Barkley, who's there trying to lunge him up the inside and trying to get there at turn 1, gives him a bit of door as the McLarens battle and duel for positions. You've got Niels Bokager now trying to get by all of them, and in the mix, Michele Sangali trying to recover.
I mean, this has just gone absolutely mental through it all. Isaac Barkley trying to figure out where he can go, and he is getting circled left and right, looks for the inside line, but unfortunately going and having to deal with a huge fight, stuck on the inside, tightens up, and now just trying to get a little bit of drag racing done to just get any little bit of pace. And Niles, who's down in 5th for the NJB team, having a bit of an attack, looking left and right, seeing, okay, I found there's a gap, I'm gonna go for it, I'm gonna make you work to try and get those tires to fall off, get them through a heat cycle that you don't want to have.
And speaking of changes, there's one in LMP3 because John Rice has put Echelon into the prime position. They lead Hyperion 2nd, Fast Repair in 3rd. Def Sim Racing's going to try and get through the lot. Team Huisingveld have put Marcel Tai in behind the car, and so he's going to be someone who's lightning fast, who could make something happen. Raul Anton behind the wheel now currently here of that team in 3rd position. Fast Repair Motorsports LMP3. They watch the LMP2 go through, and Liper Esports now up into 2nd position with that pass. Nathan Walter losing out. Yannick Burkhoff then getting the pass, and Liper need a lot of this as now Christian Gutheland side by side in the Addicted Racing Crew car bringing himself into play then, as that's going to be him in a scrap with Pedro Martins at Delta Sports Sim Shop now for a place. Everywhere you look, there's something going on.
Madness, love it. This is what multi-class racing is all about. This is what we've got to know about SimRacing Republic. It's gonna be busy start to finish, and you're gonna have to be on your toes on the way through. Stefan Jones also had a phenomenal start off the restart, now making up some time up in 10th place, chasing down and trying to make some way back up towards the front running. And then we got Sekyun Ho, who's right in front in the Ferrari, hoping to get a little bit more pace and carry some momentum through to score big.
Well, the 287 team, Nürburgring Esports Eschbach, they've got a black flag penalty, and it's for blocking out there is what it's been declared for. So for Ben Kelly McCauley, they're going to be in trouble. Now, this is the start. Kaibach's on the outside. There's a huge congestion on the inside. There's 2 separate spins, and Kaibach just tries to go around the outside, avoid everything, and you just can't.
Unfortunately, saw a mess coming, and that was that. All the teams getting thrown out a little bit wide, and that restart was absolutely mental for the teams.
Oh, it was, and it does put a lot of pressure on drivers on a restart, especially a single file restart with the classes slightly jumbled up. This was Timu Korhonen going through turn 3. Oh, tank slapper over the curb, and that would have been the number 10 car of Liper Esports that somehow avoided disaster.
Only just, and definitely somebody check that heart in throat moment. Niles Burkage of the NJB Performance going and picking up the pace now, trying to close up to the Acura just ahead, and unfortunately losing out that little bit of time. We are going and hoping to gain some more pace as Isaac Barkley is just ahead, and it looks like McLaren a little bit more switched on from what it was. But for the likes of Ilya, needing to just get the hammer down and bring that twin-turbo V6 to power away from the Chevrolet behind.
Here's an interesting scenario. You got Mike Gallant, who's the leader in Echelon Simsport GT3 AM at the moment, was actually leading category on the restart. Then as the likes of those that go through are Eric Enders now trying to find a way through. Patrick Fogel, so Huizinga have got a pass. Penalty in for the 24 Harvu team. They've got a black flag penalty for minor contact responsibility, so they're going to have to dive down into the lane. They are 7th currently in the class, last of those running in LMP2, and they've got the penalty now to serve.
And if you think about it, not too long ago, we're sitting in the top 3 of the LMP2s. I mean, this is just terrible. You brought up about the Lego brick being upside down on the staircase. Well, they're getting the entire Lego set all the way through.
Oh, that's not nice. It is just a drive-through, so they'll come out and away around the likes of Kai Bach at the moment, Stefan Jones and Sekin Ho, who's out there at the moment. But Gallant has just lost the category lead, and crucially, it's BP Racing 2 again. Tony Asumanyemi getting the move done and moving up, but crucially, Backmarker Racing Green find themselves in 3rd position. So we talk about the difference here. It's going to be all important in points. Remember, it's going to be 81 championship points, 19 points difference between 1st and 3rd. The difference in the championship is currently exactly 19, and they'd be exact at the moment between Backmarker Racing Green and BP Racing 2 on 1 first, 1 second, and 1 third each.
Absolutely incredible, and you've got to give it up for the entire GT3 AM team that are fighting it out amongst the GT3 Pro team. Everyone's wondering, like, if AM means that you're slower. No, these are drivers that are bronze ranked. They sit with a minimum of 2,000 I rating, maximum of 6,000 I rating. They are fighting way above their weight belt into the minimum of 3,000 I rating. But that says one good race can move you up in that. Mike Gallant, this is where the crucial loss came in. Through the center S's, understeer coming in, and unfortunately no drive, done, dusted, game over, and loses out all that momentum. The Acura is all reliant on momentum, and the moment it's taken away from you is the moment that you're definitely going to feel the pain.
It's very much a case of a 3-pronged Cerberus there, of those 3 cars of Huizinga, of Composite Performance, and on top of that then BP Racing 2 going through. Ilya Ratiani then for Delta Sport Sim Shop continues to remain close, chasing on down the group here in the 289. Remember, the 2 Delta Sport Sim Shop cars have had a drive-through penalty each in this race to serve, and they are now together on circuit here in 5th and 6th, looking at the back of Niels Boekhager and the NJB Performance by Volker Transporter team. And that's going to be a big battle into the second half of this race, which we have just ticked over in the last 3 minutes or so. But I also want to point out in mind that Marshmallow Racing Team Frida are falling down the order. They are now back in 5th position behind Def Sim Racing, Hyperion and Lippert, and Lippert have eyes on the race victory overall. Lippert come into today 38 championship points back, and at the moment they could, if they make the pass on Fast Repair Motorsports, have the championship lead agonizingly close. I think Marshmallow need to fall behind 07 to confirm it.
How many ice creams are you going to be walking down pit lane to try and convince the other teams to I don't know, kick a wheel nut off to the one side just to give you that 1 point. I mean, this is always the difficult part. You remember the old one where it was Shelby who went and took an extra nut and dropped it on the ground and said, oh, there's a wheel nut on the ground. Just anything to get the leg up on the competition. I think in the world of sim racing, it's going to be the similar point of, well, what can we do to try and gain that little bit more advantage? What can we do to get our competition to help us gain that advantage?
Well, what can we do to move up to the highest echelon and say there's more there? Mike Gallant has not given up here on this battle, and BP Racing know it because they are in the best place that they can get to in this race, which is P1 in category. Happily sat on the back of Composite Performance here, diving down the hill up to Junsao now, which is the junction corner, and the difference you can see in lines taken. Look how aggressive you can be on the exit there as you go over some of that netting there, so to speak, on the outside, that little rumble strip that's there. Now here comes the drive, and assuming the Amy, the one thing he wants is a car in between himself and his nearest GT3 AM rival, and so he'd quite like to lunge here on Patrick Vogel, moves over to the inside, dives down the inside looking to gain the place. Now he's going to have to go around the outside of turn 2, and they're going to go mirror to mirror as they make that happen. Curva de Sol is there, and fall back into line Porsche. That McLaren has got through, but here comes Gallant.
Gallant going and utilising the slipstream, pulling his way through. Is he going to have the legs, though? Heading into the corner. Dives for the inside line. Unfortunately, not able to go and battle it out. Will be on a bit more of a tighter line. They'll compromise the exit, and now we'll have to follow through. Mike Gallant is not going to be allowing any sort of space to the McLaren ahead of him. He wants to ensure he stays in for the fight, and the team needing to just battle it out. I think the team order from the Edge on SimSport is stay on the back of BP Racing 2 at all costs. Make sure they don't get the leg up on you. Make sure they don't run away, and do everything you can to tie yourself to that back bumper.
Yeah, it's about placement and finding that move, and if you can stay with the car in front, I think this is a really good phase. I do want to talk, though, about Def Sim Racing right now and where they stand with Anti-Terho at the moment, because I look at Luke Wallace and this battle for third position. Remember, they need 22 championship points, which at this moment in time is 2 places. They've got to be up in second with Marshmallow Racing Team Frida currently in 5th to make the championship there. So they are down at the moment 2 places on what they need. Hyperion would be the first of them, and this would be a big move. And now in comes a very important penalty that comes in for pit lane infringement. So it'll be Team Heusingveld 248, it'll be Composite Performance 236, and it will be Delta Sports Sim Shop 288, who all have penalties.
Okay, right. That is not good. That has just changed the entire spectrum. And here comes Anti-Terho around the outside. Hyperion's not going to give up just as yet. Going to make him work for it, leading into that pit lane and giving a little to no room towards the tyres.
Well, it's as fine as margins get, but Anti-Terho around the outside puts Def Sim Racing up into third position and 1 place away from putting themselves in title winning contention now. And they look at Yannick Burkhoff and Diana Perret and think that is the next target on the road. They have come alight after the restart, but a big moment in GT3 Pro. Team Heusingveld and their hopes may have just been severed. A massive blow if they want to beat Voracious.
Oh man, and just getting that news is definitely shattering, but the teams have got to just refocus and dial it back in. Here is Itana getting by. This is the Delta. Oh, monster contact and big impact into the wall. That's going to be a bit of a repair time to get sorted out, and I don't think the steering is going to be too straight. Eric Enders now battling to come out, and you can see aggressively just trying to pick up as much pace as possible. It was off the pit limiter and foot to the floor to just try and get that Mustang back out on circuit.
fifth in class now, and behind the NJB performance by Volker Transporter team. They did so well to get through that penalty ahead of Christian Guteland and the Addicted Racing crew, ahead of Isaac Barkley and Michael Kaibach and Stefan Jones and Sekin Ho, who are all there. Marvin Bear, who's back there as well, trying to stay close. That was an all-important piece of clearance that had to be done, needed to be done, and was done out there on track. Keep an eye on Michele Sangali in 07 Racing 77. They've been the most penalised team all day today, but they are 2 seconds back now of Nathan Walter in the Marshmallow Racing Team Frida car, and they are closing at a rate of knots. Kaibach side by side, coming out then of Bico de Pato and down the hill. Isaac Barkley, back marker green. Contact! GT3 AM leader's going to go straight across the road as Jun Sao and keeps it going.
Oh, man, that was a take a deep breath moment, but definitely the likes of Isaac Barkley is going to be an unhappy driver on that one, losing a few positions and at the same time now just staring ahead towards the likes of the backmarker Racing White all over the back of our MJ downforce that just cost him so much time. I mean, that was just, unfortunately, one of those slight contacts that get you turned around. Isaac Barkley had the inside line, and there's the tap. Got him sliding across. He's able to keep it going. Unfortunate enough, wouldn't hurt the tyres too much on the grass, but definitely had no drive up the hill.
Well, had to serve the slowdown up the hill as well, it has to be said. So Isaac Barkley getting away with one because I think he moved over to the right a little bit there. Didn't really leave much room on the outside for the car that was trying to get by. So Barkley looking at Michael Kaibach. I didn't think Kaibach did anything wrong there in the Mustang. That's just a case of pro versus am and the fine margins that drivers always seem to take around this wonderful Interlagos circuit. Still an hour and 50 minutes remaining in this race, and everywhere you look it's on. Got to go to the 5 and the 77 right now because Michele Sangali, this could be a huge move that brings the likes of Def Sim Racing into championship contention. Stuck around the Nürburgring eSports car at the moment, which they're not getting much clearance with, but Sangali has a lot of cards to play with right now, and fair share I think is going to be huge here for Marshmallow Racing Team Frida. I think they're going to be looking at this right now as quickly as they can. The moment that they get fair share past, they've got to put Ozzy Peltola back in the car.
Try and get your quickest driver out and get going, as also making his way through the pits, Patrick Vogel in 9th, trying to make his way out for the GD3s. But Sangali not giving up the fight in the slipstream, and at this point not wanting to lose sight of the Def Sim Racing team ahead of him. And he's going to have to really push incredibly hard to try and make up some time.
This is a tough moment of the race for Marshmallow Racing Team Frida. The ebbs and flows over the course of this 4 hours worth of running has been simply magical to see out there. So Frida will be looking around and thinking, what more can I do to keep that pace up through Desquita de Largo, and now looking to climb back up the hill. Wide off the exit though, and Sangali's going to get a run, and it's going to be a case of left or right. It's not close enough yet. Slightly lifts off through Ferradura, and now there's traffic in front they can use as a pick. Ilya Ratiani and a Delta Sport car lunge down the inside by Michele Sangali. Move made, and Frida are now in free fall.
And that is how you pick your shot. Beautifully done. Waited for the opportune moment, saw the door open, and went for it. Thank you. Done, dusted, clean pass with a gap to boot. I mean, that is the way you need to do it, but now not to get held up behind the GD3s. It's all about Sangali going and giving it horns all the way through for the 07 Racing team, as they need to open up that gap as much as possible to likes of Nathan Walter behind, and look at chasing down Luke Wallace that's further up the field.
Yeah, so now you're starting to think about where you go. Where is there going to be more drivers to focus on? Yannick Burkhoff for Ligier Esports has in the sights the Fast Repair Motorsports LMP2 car, which has led category all day. Struggles around against Marvin Bear, has to dive to the inside to get by the GT3 and Manatee Racing blue car that's fourth in class at the moment. And Burkhoff up the hill. There's more traffic they're going to have to try and get by. That's Pedro Martins of Delta Sports Sim Shop 288. Looks at the inside, can't get the clearance. This is tough racing.
Very, very close. It looked like he managed to get the nose of the Ligier Esports car underneath, a bit of a tank slapper on the marbles and losing out a bit of time. Now needing to try and make up, and as we do see a bit of a lockup from our LMP2s as they battle their way through for a GT3. This is a moment you don't want to be around, because all that you can do is hold, wait, and just see for something to happen. For Def Sim Racing, this is championship hopes coming alive. All that they need to do is get round, carry the momentum for 1 hour and 46 minutes. I mean, this is all or nothing. Looking towards pit lane, switches out from it. Interesting, two different lines being taken around the final corner leading up to the start-finish line.
And that was telling from Def Sim Racing. They knew they weren't close enough to make a move, so they didn't follow in the slipstream in case they were going to overshoot their braking point at turn number 1. Now it opens up, and they got to get by Patrick Fogel at Composite Performance, and there's going to be 1 car's worth of clearance. Will there be 2? Anti-Turho waits for the exit of the corner, and now that gap just starts to open back up again. But on a knife's edge right now is the best way to describe what's going on here in category. Ligier behind Def Sim Racing, by the way, by 16 championship points. So Def Sim Racing right now are the team in position to look to take the championship away from Marshmallow Racing Team Frida. That's going to be where the race is won or lost, and the lap traffic proving to be very, very decisive at this stage of the race.
This is where you learn the art of patience, or learn the art of muting your microphone for certain, because this is going to be a bit of a wild one for Def Sim Racing. They are doing everything they can to gain some time, but every time they get past a GT3, there's always another in the way for Ligier. This is everything that they need to keep opening that gap, keep going. Remember, they're not too far away from Fast Repair either, so there's an opportunity for the top 3 to swap around in through traffic.
Yes, so there is a lot of movement that can be made, and 2.5 seconds now the gap opens up to the race lead, and Hyperion are now starting to try and bring themselves back in here, and they might want to try and have a sniff back here on Def Sim Racing, who now take a huge risk down on the inside curb to get by the likes of I believe Stefan Jones, who they had to get by. Yes, it was. So they had to get that clearance, and Hyperion now lunging to the outside to make this move. Luke Wallace right now with an invention of a pass very similar to that of Wallace and Gromit, but couldn't quite find the pass that was there.
Absolutely monumental. Luke Wallace now getting the pressure, trying to gain a little bit of time. Bit of a lock-up ahead of them as they try and push a little bit harder. Luke Wallace having the opportunity to reclaim a position, and always needing a little bit of free air, now has the opportunity to do it. So there isn't too much left traffic ahead of them. For Eric Enders, lying in 4th place, getting the power on early on, just trying to keep it all together. They've had an absolute war of a time in this last hour now, and they're having to try and claw their way back towards the front of the pack. I mean, if you think about it, Eric Enders and the Hurstenfeld team, they were leading the pack at one point, and now they slipped all the way down into the 4th.
Well, here is Yannick Burkhoff. This would give the clearance that they need to leapfrog Def Sim Racing. This would give them championship aspirations and the lead of it if they could make that pass, but Burkhoff can't. And crucially, Diana Perez covers it, but is wide off the exit of turn 2. And now around the curve at Sol, it's going to be a battle down to the Skid of the Lago. Half a car length difference, contact. There, front to rear, Diana Perez trying to pinch down. Nothing there. Yannick Burkhoff gives Ligier the championship lead.
Oh, absolutely a great run. Fast Repair for the first time in this race down into 2nd, and are going to be clawing away at the bit. If you think about it, they've been able to dictate the pace for the entire race, for their class, and now down into second with Lippert Esports gaining that little bit of momentum. They have to stay on the back, and for Def Sim Racing, they have an opportunity as well to join into the slipstream and be able to fight out for first place.
Well, now becomes the game. Now becomes the case of where is there more. Diana Perez plays a huge critical factor in this race, because if Def Sim Racing, who are now knocking on the door of Fast Repair, go through, it's not Lippert who have the championship lead, it will be Def Sim Racing, because that gap is 16. It's 19 at the moment between them, so it'll be a 3-point lead for Lippert. But here comes Def Sim Racing. Championship lead is now theirs. Only one lap for Lippert to lead the championship. Def Sim Racing now in position.
Man, can be assured Leipert's going to be going to Fast Repair Motorsport and saying, guys, here's a chocolate milkshake, anything, just take that position back. Go. And you have to do it. Goes around the outside, but unfortunately not going to have the momentum. Def Sim Racing up into the fight, and now Perez having to battle out. Luke Wallace rejoining into the fight as well for the Hyperion team to do a phenomenal job to gain third place in this race. And Hyperion has been knocking on the door for quite some time. They've been trying to boot the door down, and here's the opportunity in the final hour and 40 minutes left of this race to go for third.
Well, they sit in a position here, do Hyperion, where they've been patient, but they haven't been able to hold as much as there. And Anti-Turbo and Def Sim Racing right now, they've got the numbers that they need to make the championship known. But there is still the factor that they've got to get Nathan Walter out the car at Marshmallow Frida. And if they do have pace to burn, which they will do at this point, they can get this championship back on track. But it takes work to make that happen. And Marshmallow, I think this is the only bit that's gone wrong for them. If they had the likes, of course, of Nathan Walter in the car just to run in green flag conditions before the safety car, they would be in a wonderful position to be out there. I think it's just the circumstance that puts them in a position where this is a championship losing move, as Wallace has a search to the inside. Diana Perez does not shift.
I mean, it's been absolutely incredible, and Luke has been just biding his time at the moment, getting right underneath the wing. He's going to look for the inside, going to hold the apex. Very, very close. Side by side they go. Hyperion's able to go through. Can they close to ensure that they block it off? They do, and now they have to try and get past the MJ Downforce Mustang just ahead of them without losing too much time. Fast Repair Motorsport has an opportunity to try and box him in. It looks to go too wide. Oh, very, very close up against the 2-1-1 of the MJ Downforce, who's running in second place in the GT3 Pro.
Yeah, and that's the Voracious car right in front. So this is telling you how important these battles are, that you are slicing and dicing through the top of the GT3 category at the moment, and the championship leading Voracious car now needs to be cleared, and clearance will be made up over the top of the Skidados boxes and past the Archibancadas there, the bleachers on the right-hand side. So they managed that then without too much drama, but there's still an hour and 38.5 minutes to go in this race. By no means is this a done and dusted ordeal at this moment. Lippert will be looking around thinking, well, can Hyperion get in? And Eric Enders still hasn't given up hope that there's still a victory at the end of the day for Team Hoisingveld. It's just 10 points they've got to claw back here against Voracious, who are leading this race outright, but this would get them to third, and they'd only be about 12 seconds off of that. There's the drive off the exit of the Curva de Sol. That's the move on the Heta Posta, and that is for Eric Enders, a move into position number 3.
That's a good thing that the Hoisenfeld pedals are quite strong, because I would have bent the arm trying to slow that Mustang down. It was going like it was on rails. Christian, though, for Addicted Racing Crew, in for a fight as well with the Backmarket Racing team. And there is a GT3 stopped on the left-hand side.
Oh, caution, and that will bring out another one, so the field will get reduced again. It's Michael Weber of the Downforce duo. It's one of the GT3 AMs that will really hurt BP Racing 2's effort out there, but Weber, as he was driving round, I think has just run it out of, he's just come out of the pits. I think he forgot fuel at the pit stop.
Well, that might be the team just going and giving themselves a bit of a knock on the head. I mean, that is uncommon for running out of fuel like that and just have it all unticked. Oh, man, that is a blow. But what this has done has definitely brought back something rather interesting, because first, second, third, and fourth of our LMP2s will be right on top of one another. For the likes of our GT3 Pros, they will be back on top of one another. Our AMs will be back up on one another. But we're in for a dogfight at the end. And for Lippert, Def Sim Racing, Hyperion, and Fast Repair Motorsports, they're going to be on ice-cold tires off the restart. An hour and 36 minutes remaining. Championship on the line for these teams.
And I will point out that Echelon SimSport GT3 AM had just made a pit stop at that moment as the safety car came out. So I think they may have just got away with it then. And right on cue is their strategy. So Lipa Esports with control of the field. This, I think, is the biggest free kick to Marshmallow Racing Team Frida that they could have possibly hoped for at this moment. This second caution, and we've not had more than 2 cautions all season long. It's been a case of 1 caution at Daytona, 1 caution over at the Nürburgring. It gives another chance for Marshmallow Racing Team Frida to build back that gap. And crucially, they lose a lot less time than they would have done had this stint have stayed green the entire way.
I want to see who's got the chocolate milkshake sitting in the garage. That's for certain, because it's brought this race alive in the closing stages. This is just incredible stuff. And now remember, pit lane will be closed for the drivers. For an LMP2, you got a 90-litre tank. You better hope that you've got enough in it to keep going and ensure that you make it. Otherwise, you got to consider making a cheap pit stop now when pit lane opens up. For the LMP3s, you have also about a 90-litre tank to deal with. GT3s, you've got plenty of fuel, sitting with over 100 litres of fuel to play with. And this is just a difficult time. Marshmallow Racing, they can either win it or bin it at this point, and it looks like the entirety of the LMP2 field coming into pit lane. Also, a couple of the GT3s, and take a look at this. MJ Downforce considered to go into the pits, but they went and chose not to right at the last.
Yep, so they decided to throw the dummy composite down in the pits. Addicted Racing Crew deciding to jump in. Delta Sport make the stop. Harvu are in the pits. Manatee Blue are also down in the lane. And I believe one more car is down in there, which I believe is going to be Team Hoisingveld 148 making a stop. Driver change. Perfect time. Ozzy Peltila back in for Marshmallow Racing Team Frida. I'd say they're back in championship fighting contention now with that decision. And in fact, we are going to be in a case of watch the pit crews for who gets out of pits quickest, because we got now VA Evenainen, who's in for Harvu now. Out of the pits goes Hyperion Racing, who have got themselves a fantastic pit stop back out there. Lipa nowhere. Death Sim Racing didn't have the best stop either. Ian Anderson gets in behind the wheel. So Peltila, they've jumped. Marshmallow Frida's jumped them.
Now that has gone and changed the championship yet again. Ozzy Peltila now has an opportunity to get a finger on the pulse, get to grips, and get going. And now they're going to be trying to do a little bit of a wave by, get themselves all into position, and ensure that they stay in fighting. Oh, very, very close. As a little bit of late braking there. And one LMP3 definitely getting a fright of its life, having both an LMP2 on the inside and on the outside. Unfortunately, you're playing piggy in the middle.
Yeah, it's a very scary moment there, and I believe that would have been the car in front there of Marcel Tait for Team Huizinveld, who would have not been best pleased to see how scary that would have been. I do need to note, though, for a couple of teams out there, Facundo Rago at Voracious is one, Niels Boekhager at NJB Performance is the other. They still haven't made their driver change after 2.5 hours worth of racing.
Going to be one to keep an eye out for, because now you've left your second driver to sit and wait for quite some time. Keep an eye out on Raul Anton, who is lying in 10th at the moment overall, but 3rd in the LMP3 class. The Fast Repair Motorsport is right on the back of Hyperion Racing 2. They have an opportunity to gain a position here and move themselves up through the order. This is going to help out with the championship points.
Just heard word from race control, and it's Maximilian Fritz who is sat there in race control as the main point of talking. He has said that because the field is pretty much sorted out as of where everybody is, we will be going back to green next time by. So a very short pit stop window here for this second caution at Interlagos.
Now this is going to be interesting, because every car lying behind the safety car is all GT3s, and we've got only a couple of LMP3s split up in between them, but we've also got to talk about the LMP2s that's going to have a whole lot of traffic to contend with on the way through. For Perez, for the Fast Repair Motorsports, it's getting early on the button to try and get past Hyperion, to not get caught out. Remember, tires are going to be cooled down, brakes are going to be cooled down, but temperament is definitely going to be a massive factor here to try and get on by and not land up in any side-on contacts.
So they are now allowed to warm up their tyres because they have been given the ability to buy race control, because there are no cars left that need to unlap themselves and go through that process of what some call in the American motorsport lucky dog rule that goes out there. So they're very much able to manufacture getting themselves back into play. So LMP2 looks very interesting right now, because it's Hyperion who leads, Fast Repair second, 0-7 now up into 3rd position, with Marshmallow Frida 4th, Def Sim Racing 5th, and Leipert in 6th. Almost exactly how you were at the start of racing action, with only Hyperion, who are last in class in qualifying, now leading the category. Echelon LMP3 in the prime position out there at the moment, with Hyperion 2 in 2nd, Fast Repair Motorsports LMP3 3rd, and Team Huizinveld in 4th. Echelon are in control of the championship if it goes like that. Voracious with control, but they still need to do their driver change out there. They have it over M and J Downforce, who have their driver changes all done and made. BP Racing 2 is the leader of GT3 AM, and they are 3rd overall in GT3.
Absolutely incredible. I wonder if anyone's gone to the Voracious team and said, listen, can we get the driver out? Because at the moment it looks like he's just gone and glued himself into the seat, not wanting to get out of the car. He's having too much fun and wanting to keep pushing that little bit more through the field. I mean, that's been a very interesting car, a very interesting team to keep an eye on. Safety car lights are off, and we getting ready to go racing.
We very much are, and the pace will not be behind the drivers in LMP2, but this time to those in GT3, which is a very interesting prospect out there at this point in time, that they've not allowed the GT3s to pull over to the back of the pack, which means we are going to have a very hectic start. Jan-Philipp Springhoff is looking every which way at Facundo Rago and trying to give that Voracious car something to think about. The Argentines in control at the front of the field, but watch out behind with Asumaniemi, with Enders. Green flag in the air. What a slow start by Enders. Boekhager's got the jump. An absolutely wonderful start by Boekhager, who's followed then by the likes of Michael Kaibach and co. And as contact to go through, Enders into the side of Boekhager, and big in the back as one of the Nürburgring esports cars. Is it? Yes, it was. Off the side of the road at turn 1.
Oh, that was painful, and yet we got an LMP3 into the wall as well, going down the order. This is getting a bit chaotic for all our drivers as they sprint round, try and find any bit of grip. Our LMP2s, GT3s, and LMP3s are just doing everything they can for Vicarious. They're hoping to keep ahead of the MJ Downforce Mustang that is breathing down their neck. BP Motorsport trying to gain some time, and it is the likes of the 07 Racing also looking to gain some bit of momentum in this tight space.
This is a very tough start, and Hyperion have themselves where they need to be. Yannick Burkhoff on the back of Ian Anderson now here over at Def Sim Racing, trying to find a way through. If you want to understand what rush hour's like at 5 o'clock, leaving any major city in the world, you've just found it here in Sao Paulo at the moment as they try and rush to Junsao corner the junction. And Anderson trying to get down the inside there of Ozzy Peltola at Marshmallow Frida. Couldn't quite manage it, and now up the hill, it's going to be Yannick Burkhoff now who will get the run, but doesn't have the slipstream.
But he's now got the opportunity to box in the driver as they make their way through 3 wide down the main straight before climbing onto the brakes, seeing where they can go. A little bit of craziness into turn 1 as Yannick trying to find anywhere to grab some grip. Ian Anderson of Def Sim Racing also right onto the back of our GT3s, trying to defend and attack at the same time.
Yeah, it's Schrodinger's overtake, but Anderson has now lost the place, and it's soon going to be Ville Ivenainen who is there behind, who's trying to get into that next position to move on up. So Def Sim Racing right now in a really tough position out there, as every battle is going to be hard fought on overall, as now MJ Downforce are second and third at the moment here in this race for category in GT3 Pro, and they'll be very happy about that as Tony Asuminiemi continues on with his race out there at the moment. And I'd say this is going to be where you just got to give room, you just got to give space, and this is where it gets tough, because as a slower car out there, as a piece of lap traffic, that is going to be the toughest scenario out there, either side of the lap traffic, as now Stefan Jones nowhere to go. Peltola was trying to attack Sangali and couldn't quite get there.
Just close your eyes and wait for the impact sort of moment. Thankfully, all going just fine. These pro drivers are showing exactly what they can do and why they are some of the quickest in the world. They're able to duke it out in the toughest conditions. Remember, it's still very misty out there as the Huisenfeld Mustang closing off and blocking off.
That's your championship leader in LMP2, who's turned around at turn 1. Ozzy Peltola having a dive down the inside. He would have been spooked through the middle of the corner as he went through. Marshmallow Racing Team Frida have to do it from the back again.
Side by side, Eric Enders taking the fight to the MJ Downforce team, getting pushed out wide as they look to go 3 wide. He switches back behind the LMP2 and now having another crack at the MJ Downforce, seeing any which way to get past. What needs to be done at this point? Late on the anchors, dives up on the inside of the 222, and the MJ Downforce 2 doing exactly what it needs to do to hold back Team Heikenfeld for the championship.
Kai Bach, remember, was the car that just had the contact with Ozzy Peltola. We'll take a look at the top right corner. So ultimately, Enders moves to the inside. That spooks the line there for Ozzy Peltola. And how Peltola does not get collected up in a secondary instant after that spin, that is beyond beggar's belief.
Luck. Remember we spoke Lady Luck and Murphy? That was Lady Luck with everything. She's got nothing left to give at this point. How you managed to protect the car that could have been absolutely race-ending, and the championship hopes could have been dashed right there and then. But there's still opportunity, 1 hour and 23 minutes to go to try and climb over the curb as Michael Kaibach doing everything he can to just find any sort of drive, and now has Backmarker Racing on the back, chasing down, looking for an opportunity.
So that's Enders through and getting the pass done on Kai Bach for position. Stefan Jones for backmarker White sits there in 5th, and behind that will be Boakhager, but now here comes some of the LMP3s trying to get through, like Raul Anton, likes of Hyperion Racing 2, Fast Repair Motorsports GT3 was the other one, of course, with Anton. They're all there. It's every single time. You think you cleared everything, and then something else starts to try and turn the page out there, as there goes the launch down the inside, and has to be around the outside of the Pinarino here to get that launch. The Ligiers now trying to find every single angle through as they dance with the very difficult GT3 Pro traffic.
Absolutely incredible to see, but it also brings back that the LMP3s are a lot closer to GT3s, and it makes them rather difficult to drive. The Ligiers also utilizing the V8 horsepower and utilizing the very same engines that you get in the Fords, that full Coyote motor that's able to get a little bit more of a leg up, that 5.6 litre versus the 5.4 litre that's in the Mustang. But at the same time, there's not much room to just gap it like the LMP2s. It requires that little bit of finesse to utilize the aero to your advantage.
It's 53 championship points if you finish in 7th position overall. I look around at 4th place right now, and you'd get 73 out there. So that would be a difference of 20 championship points. That would not be enough for Def Sim Racing. They've got to gain 2 places here if they want to get back into championship position. And Michele Sangali is now through into 2nd, past Diana Perez. Ian Anderson eyes up Yannick Burkhoff for position, and all the while there's Ville Iväinen, who sits there and waits for Havu, hoping that there is another chance that a move could be made with 1 hour and 21 minutes to go. I tell you what, LMP2 has been simply thrilling in terms of championship effort so far today.
They've been on top of their game, and Havu from a LMP2 class that landed up spun round, chucked to the back and thrown to 7th, now having an opportunity to climb back up towards the top 3. I mean, this is a great run from them and a great recovery drive. But now Ville has got all the hard work just to keep that bit of momentum. You can hear lifting off a little bit earlier into turn 1, carrying some momentum, saving a little bit of fuel, but not wanting to lose the train up ahead. Doesn't want to lose that slipstream.
No, definitely doesn't. And now they've got clean air to work with, not much traffic at all. This is now purely about racing, and a little search over to the inside and a lunge down the inside. That's John Rice, who leads LMP3 out there, who's now officially a lap down, and that might be what's needed here to get by Ian Anderson for position, looking to the outside of Ferradura and not still there to make it happen. This is their 100th lap of the race, and they all try and dive on each other.
No ABS there, all lock up, and John Rice taking a deep breath. All that he needs to do is just keep the momentum. He's got 10 seconds to the likes of the Hyperion Racing 2. The Echelon SimSport LMP3 team have an opportunity to take the win. All that they need to do is keep their noses clean, and unfortunately they have got championship contenders in front of them. They are throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, at one another.
They are, and at the moment you can say it's hammer and tongs for all of them. It's still on for the lead overall in GT3. Jan-Philipp Springhoff still keeps himself just staring at the back of Facundo Rago, who will need to come in, do one final stint, and take this one to the house, but it will be someone else in. Anderson wide through the first part of the Senna S. This will open up the door now for Iväinen to make this pass and gets the launch alongside. Now it'll be about who's bravest heading to Desquita del Lago, about halfway alongside as they hit the brakes all the way alongside. Anderson gives it up.
Absolutely beautifully done. And the Def Sim Racing team now needs to start climbing up a little bit more. Ian Anderson will have to keep an eye on the mirrors here to ensure he keeps up the drive and opens up the gap a little bit closer towards the rest of the field. I mean, this is still a big fight and still a long way to go.
This is a huge race right now for these drivers, and Ian Anderson here is going through the ringer, knows that he's going to have to try and work hard to build back the margin, because I'd say Yannick Burkhoff now and the Lippert Esports are the team that are best placed. They've got to get to fast repair with Diana Perez. They've got to get to Michele Sangali and 07. If they can manage both of those, they can gain those places and those all-important points, which we keep talking about time and time again, how important the points are. 53 at the moment would be the points scored for Marshmallow Frida over with Lippert Esports. They would be in 4th position right now, which is 73 points. So they wouldn't have themselves enough to work with, but at this stage, because they would still be down by crucially 18 championship points. They'd be able to gain 8 to go to 10 if they get 3rd. If they go to 2nd, they'd be 1 point back, and they know they've got to be in the race leading position. There is Anderson as we watch Josh Burke here for Echelon Sim Sport GT3 AM on a slightly different strategy here. This to get by backmarker racing green for position, but in the middle of all of this, they got to deal with other cars out there, as they've got Delta Sports Sim Shop they've got to clear first.
Taking a look, Ian Anderson, that wasn't the usual pit stop. That was the drive-through. Went in and out, looking at the timing screen.
Yes, safety car infringement.
Oh, no. That's just not going to work out. After all the hard work, has to try and claw it back yet again after everything. I mean, this is just a nightmare for their run.
Well, that hurts more than anything else. The Addicted Racing crew also had one for a pit lane infringement out there, as Jan-Philipp Springhoff looking down the inside. The Facundo Rago, who is a very accomplished sim racer in GT3, just about keeps it out of trouble there and extends out the steering to make sure there's no more dramas on that battle. But Jan-Philipp Springhoff has been eternally second all race long, and now he's going to be looking, look at him, he's so antsy. He's there thinking, where do I go, where do I go? And now behind, where does Marcel Tai go to try and make this happen? Because here comes the pull along the straight. Is it inside, is it outside? It's inside for Springhoff, on the brakes, throws it down the inside. Finally, it's taken nearly 3 hours to see the race lead.
He's finally managed to do it, not staring at a spoiler anymore. And now it's going to be Vicarious to just give it everything they can to get a little bit of momentum. And you can see the pull of the GT3s to the LMP3. And unfortunately for the LMP3s, this is the worst case scenario. They can get past the corners, and Jan runs out a little bit wide, going and putting a wheel off circuit, trying to give a little bit of room. I do, however, want to point out to the likes of BP Racing 2. Hats off to them. 16 places gained from the start of this race till now. I mean, that is absolutely insane.
Leipert's got the same penalty. Composite Performance have the penalty. So now it's all in the hands of Marshmallow Frida.
I don't know. I'm running out of words. This is every time you think something is set in stone, it's not. It's going insane. It's going mental. If you're not on the edge of your seats now, well, by the end of the race, I think you're going to have no hair, no nails, and no seat left.
Well, you're going to have no fingers by the end of it. You'll be biting them so hard. It's one of those races here where everything just continues to shift. So Joshua Burke here, 3rd position, Echelon Sim Sport GT3 AM, looking at this here, thinking, I'd like a couple extra places, please. That's backmarker racing green that they're going to have to try and get by. And Isaac Barkley, who had, of course, that scare earlier on, they can't afford to retire from this race. They've got to get by Ross Booth, who's got the black flag penalty. So they're going to have to be very, very careful about how they make that pass. There's no move going into turn 1, but still, Joshua Burke happy to sit on the back. Spencer Reitzmer on the back as well. The Echelon Sim Sport Pro car is behind the AM car.
At this point, just utilizing the slipstream. Now remember, Booth doesn't have to just move out the way and allow the field to come through. He's allowed to defend his position until he gets into the pit, so he can make life just as difficult for the rest of the field as the race still continues on until that drive-through happens.
Yeah, it does. So there's still a long way to go. And I do want to point out that we've had LMP3 pit stop in for John Rice, who has come down the lane, taken service and left again. In comes Yannick Burkhoff. This will be the penalty that's being served. 5th place, he finds himself. Through goes Ozzy Peltola, and Marshmallow Racing Team Frida are that one stage closer to freedom. Ross Booth side by side off the exit, battling hard here with Delta Sports Sim Shop 288. That's Pedro Martins, but remember, Booth's got to come in and serve that drive-through.
The question is, can the team tell Booth you need to get into the box? You need to serve this drive-through, or is he tunnel vision at this point right behind Pedro and just saying, I want to push him out a little bit more, that extra lap. Let's see what we can do, diving towards the inside and not going into the pits as yet, but looking for the inside line on the Acura, gets it done and dusted, and now going to make up some time. And this, unfortunately, has made life a little bit difficult for the train behind.
Two teammates side by side. Burke holding off Spencer Reitzmer, saying, no, I've got a battle here. Please don't lunge me down the inside. Whatever you do, the downforce duo, who is 2 laps down, is back there as well. We've had 3 retirees from this race, which have been Fury Sim Sport Green, BP Racing, and Nürburgring Esports Eschbach. Out, we're down to 28 runners here in this field, and Isaac Barkley here is eyeing up, trying to give himself a bit of a gap, and I think he'll need it at this stage, because Backmarker Racing Green right now just don't want anything to interrupt what's going on. They know if they lose that place to Echelon Sim Sport GT3 AM, it is one of the most brutal tiebreakers out there, because of the fact that its first, its second and third are all the same as BP Racing if they lose the spot to Echelon.
Isaac Barkley, the Backmarker Racing Green, can't take anything away from them. 10 positions up from where they started. Joshua Burke, who will be running behind, is 8 positions up from where they started. So there's still that overall race going on. And so far, Backmarker Racing Green are busy considering, hey, we've done a good job thus far. Let's try and keep this climb as much as possible.
Yeah, it's all about this run, and with 1 hour and 10 minutes to go, they've done the job that they've needed to. They know that BP Racing have looked lightning out there and are away by 12.5 seconds by comparison, but they're doing what they need to do with their race, which is to give themselves the points that gives them the championship, and they are doing so at this moment by a value of 0.6 of a second only out there at the moment. With Echelon Sim Sports in the pits, LMP3 now has Hyperion Racing 2 as the category leader, with Doug Sorrentino and Raul Anton just a second back of that. So that continues to remain close. And Hyperion Racing, who started bottom of the class in LMP3, well, they now look around and think, well, we're on top. And they find themselves there. So Hyperion currently leading 2 classes out there at the moment when it comes to racing action here with the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship.
Just going and mentioning that it's not even down to points, it's down to 1/10 of a second, just goes and inspires anxiety throughout the entire grandstands. You can see everyone standing on edge, and I would hate to be in the team at the moment listening to that on a live broadcast, that it's not down to a point, it's down to 0.6 to go and secure a championship, which is unheard of in motorsport.
Well, Eric Enders makes the pass on Tony Asumanyaimi, and that's big because it doesn't change either position in their category, but it does mean that Huysingveld are now looking at Voracious, the team in second position, as their next dedicated charge at 5 seconds back. 33.3 last lap from Facundo Rago, 33.5 from Eric Enders. It puts this in a case of direct competition. Carrot on a stick, go chase.
And Facundo Rago can't take it away. He's been in the car for 2 hours and 51 minutes, going and yet to hand over the car at the moment. That Chev has been pushing all the way through for quite some time and still keeping on pace, and at the same time taking the fight to the Team Eichenfeld and also to MJ Downforce on repeated runs. I mean, this is just incredible. As a driver, it's off.
Yeah, it's been wonderful here to see how it goes. And so now you're starting to think, well, now you need a bit more. Now you need to say, you know, Jan-Philipp Springov's done what's needed for M&J Downforce. Voracious are a championship leading team, and they are keeping them at an arm's length at this moment. But remember, Facundo Rago's got to get out that car and will do at the next pit stop.
Got it. That's what I'm thinking. He's been super glued into the seat for this long to hold on for that period of pace. I mean, still running into the 133s, 132s. I mean, his best lap was 132.7. That last lap time was a 133.28, where the likes of Philipp Springov has got a 133.4 just ahead of him. I mean, to keep that pace is tremendous over the period of time, gaining 4 positions since the start of the race, and now battling it out for GT3 Pro.
Yeah, so this is where you're starting to look around and say, well, this is GT3 Pro at its finest, where the best out there can continue to make the best happen at this point. So now it's become a case of what more can you find? They know they've got 1 pit stop remaining in their races. They know that there is a big difference maker that's going to have to be made by doing so. But Eric Enders is going to be the driver who tries to chase this down. And remember, Enders right now is just 10 points adrift. If Voracious stay second and Huysingveld win, it's a direct tie on all results out there, and it would be, again, like what would happen with Backmarker Green and BP Racing if Echelon make the pass, one of the most brutal countbacks you will ever see in the world of sim racing. Rago with control with Voracious on the brakes through the center S, and you'd say this is as close to virtual home soil right now for Voracious as you can possibly get at the moment in iRacing.
Just incredible to see the action then, with a complete free air to go and battle around. Unfortunately, not the same for Isaac Barkley, running second at the moment of his class, and just the backmarker Racing Green getting caught up, needing to fight his way through, not having an easy time out there, and no breathing room, can't get off the gas as he's got 2 teammates that are going to pull each other along and get into the fight. Isaac Barkley looking for the inside line, gonna go for the lunge. Can he get it sorted out? Unfortunately not, but definitely starting to show his nose a bit more.
Yeah, he wants to get by Pedro Martins and put a gap between himself and the Echelon SimSport GT3 AM car, which is directly behind the 329, which is there up the hill through Ferradura and what used to be called Orange Corner, sponsored by Orange. That was the Laranjina corner, but for the moment it's going to be here at Esse, and now the left of the Pinarino comes into view, attacking back up the hill once again. Barkley, he's not only got to try and make this move here, but I think the key to the backmarker Amcar making the pass is he can't afford to stab half chances at it. It's got to be decisive.
It's got to be straight in, get it done, open the gap, because if you land up losing that drive, you will not only cost yourself 1 spot, you're going to land up losing 2, because you can be sure that the likes of the Echelon SimSport GT3 Pro team will also make it rather difficult to try and get back into the train.
Yeah, this is a tough train to go and battle with, and they are still sat down with about an hour and 4 minutes to try and make their race work. We're going to be finished in terms of real world time, especially in BST. We'll be finishing just about 5:45 by the time that this race gets itself all sorted, and there is still so much left to do. And they look around, and the weather here has just stayed exactly as it is, just mostly cloudy conditions, nothing more, nothing less. The clouds should lift over the next hour, but at the moment it's still just been this Styrian dirge that they've been having to deal with. They've been fighting through pea soup pretty much for the entirety of this race, and Isaac Barkley continues to watch. And now comes the next phase of lapping here, because that's the Hyperion car that has dropped 3 seconds over the lapping process to Michele Sangali, and 07, who have had 2 penalties today, could be going into the race lead.
And this is going into quite a wild moment. Now, makes me wonder, the drivers are going to be going back to the iRacing UI. That's Doug, who's gone and lost it through the center S's by the looks of it. No damage to the car for the LMP3, but second place, losing even more time to Fast Rare Motorsports. So the Hyperion Racing 2 now having to just try and get himself back together.
Well, the question is, was that on his own? Because I look around, oh, it was, just completely looped it, never had control through the middle of the corner, fighting the amount of downforce that was there. Fortunate enough to not make contact with the barriers there on the outside, so able to keep it going, but battles are now everywhere. Harvu looking for a podium now against Fast Repair. Ville Ivaninen has caught the back of Diana Perez.
This is going to be a hard charge and lots of traffic. Going to be stuck on the inside line, so it's going to be tight all the way through. If you want to try and get it done, the Echelon SimSport GT3 team are going to make sure they can protect the AM driver not to lose out too much time from the LMP2s. And then we've got Janak, who is going and making up a little bit of time as well. They've been through the pits. The Lupit Esports have been battling their way back into the fight right behind our first place. So Janak needs to get the hammer down as quick as possible to the likes of Aussie just ahead of him. And Aussie's not making it any easier as he holds that apex and holds it nice and slow, actually, just to knock him off cap.
Yeah, but Burkhoff now needs to find a way through and start regaining that placement and that position. Ian Anderson there together. Your top three in the championship are 5th, 6th and 7th on the road in this race at Interlagos, and they have to take the inside line because they all need to avoid Stefan Kuzman, who's behind the wheel of the Manatee Racing blue car. Up the hill they start charging with an hour to go left of racing. Everything still on the line in all 4 championships. Here comes a little bit of a look to the inside now of more lap traffic. This is just a case of, can you follow the train through each and every single corner? Late lunge by Anderson, gets a wiggle in the middle of the corner and doesn't get the clearance by Ross Booth, and so has to try and navigate through. Nearly tags the rear, but look at the time that's lost.
Oh man, tremendous time loss, and it was definitely a bit of a dive to get it done and dusted. I think a bit of an over-eager move there. Booth managing just to hold the Porsche, because remember, they got the dirty line. They were on the marbles. That Porsche was definitely not getting the maximum amount of grip and needing to just try and keep it all together. This is still such a wild run. I mean, Jake, you've been around sim racing for a long time. You've called some of the finest moments in iRacing. Looking at the championship here, have you seen anything closer?
I've seen close championships before. I've never seen it switch this much, which I think is the all-important port of call that needs to go to at this stage. I look at the likes of Ligier, I look at Def Sim Racing, I look at Marshmallow Racing Team. They've all made mistakes here today because, simply put, the pressure is that high. I look around at Pat Marker Green. They've done a wonderful job. Voracious have been doing a wonderful job. I look at the likes of Echelon SimSport. They've done everything that they need to. I think this LMP2 category is as much there. And oh no, trouble! Lipat is going to go around right into the back of one of the cars out there. That's Echelon Pro Spencer Reitzma, who got turned around by it. And again, Lippert with the mistake. Yannick Burkhoff with a huge lockup at the rears.
And straight into the GT3s, and that is going to be looked at by the stewards, and is going to be, once again, another round through the pits to just check if the car's okay, because that was a bit of a nasty impact on both sides. Unfortunately, for the center S's, as you're going in, that change of camber can really upset the LMPs, and at the same time, you've got to be very committed to your line as a GT3. Not ideal circumstances. Thankfully, both cars are able to get going, but will be surveying the damage on the way through, checking if the wheel alignment has not been knocked out on both of them.
Well, there's no black and orange mechanical flag showing, so they are able to continue on in their races, but Ian Anderson now is into 6th position. But Lippert there having a moment which pretty much could spell disaster for championship efforts out there, for any hopes of what they've got to do. They are reliant on one more caution to bring themselves into play. Now, I do look around here at teams who have started to make pit stops, and Voracious is in, and Fernando Borda, the Argentine driver, has now got in behind the wheel. We are in pit stop central, because also in is Huysingveld, and Philip Klinger, who was leading the race, is back in behind the wheel. This is a big moment for Huysingveld. They know they've got to chase.
Well, for Fernando, this is a difficult one because you got 57 minutes to be on pace. It's not like you've surveyed and checked it out and you were an hour in before. This is all brand spanking new. You've sat watching your teammates go and race for 3 hours and 2 minutes before you could even climb in the car. You are ice cold when you're getting in. You have to get your mind switched in, back into the race. And for Voracious, this is a tough time, but it was a slow stop for the Mustang to be able to get back out on circuit.
Yeah, Klinger will look around at that and see that they've had to pull in a pretty sizable gap. Remember, they were back by about 4 seconds coming into the stop, and I look at that and I think that's about 4 seconds, maybe slightly less out there at the moment. So I think they've done all right, actually, in terms of that stop for Team Huysingveld, slow or otherwise. So they still got what they want in sight. They know how important the M&J Downforce team cars are out there today. I think this is still going to go all the way to the end. And if I wanted anybody of Team Huysingveld in the car right now, trying to bring that car home, Philip Klinger would be one of those drivers I'd go, I want him to bring my car home and do anything it takes to go and pick up a victory. This Team Huysingveld team know what it takes to win championships.
And there is Henry into the pits as well, up on the top right, our 3rd place in the GT3s, now trying to just keep an eye out. But is Philip Klinger getting the momentum, getting the slipstream of the LMP3s to carry on the momentum? Tires are going to be nice and warm, very late on the brakes, and really right into the rear of the LMP3, having to just stand on the brakes a little bit harder there. And if you want to test your load cell, that's one way to do it.
It very much is. Gets out off the exit, though, and crucially ahead of Henry Perala, who is in the GT3 AM category at the moment, ahead of Daniel Stasiuk, who jumps in for NJB Performance by Volker Transporter, ahead of M&J Downforce 2, Rene Dressler to deal with. Now, there's just one car to navigate through, and it's that one that's just hit pit lane. Jan Philip Springob, 211, M&J Downforce.
Oh man, this is where everyone's got to be quick on the fuel, quick on the nut runner. You are just going and working out. Change of driver will be going in, and it's Dennis Menez climbing into the car, will be heading out to chase down and try and keep the hopes alive for the team. The MJ Downforce, through it all, needs to put the hammer down as quick as possible to claw their way to victory.
There is Fernando Borda, and I don't think he's a slouch in terms of a driver. He allows the traffic to go on through. Where will M&J Downforce come out by comparison? They're just leaving their box now, so Borda on pace here to go, but M&J Downforce have it by a sizable margin. Fernando Borda not quick enough then on the undercut, and they're going to lose a bunch of time out there. So that is a fantastic ploy on the stops by M&J, and Dennis Menza now is going to lead this race, and lead this race in terms of category by more than enough. That is a sizable gap.
Don't count it out just yet. Philip Klinger starting to make up some ground as well. And remember that the MJ Downforce car has to get some heat into those tires to get going. There's still a little bit of work to be done. It's within a lap, and anything can happen. I mean, we've seen it. A loss of traction because the tires are too cold. The little bit too cautious approach on your outlap can cost you time. And for Dennis, he needs to get on the power, needs to get onto pace as quick as possible and try and keep going. as we see some of the beautiful shots of the Interlagos sweeping through like a roller coaster ride of note. And what better way to have the symphony of a naturally aspirated V8 to take us through.
Yes, and now you look at Dennis Mensah, and right now Dennis has got to be a menace on the right foot, the throttle pedal. He's got to run away, and he knows he has to run away at this point. The gap that he's got to try and navigate through is stark, and this is still going to be about where you sit by the end. We still expect one pit stop left in LMP3. We expect one pit stop left in LMP2. We're in that final pit stop window right now of GT3's Pro and Am at this stage. We're still waiting for the likes of Echelon Simsport, GT3 Am, Manatee Racing Blue to make their pit stops. The likes, of course, of Delta Sports Sim Shop, of Composite Performance, the Addicted Racing Crew, all having to make stops. Menza having to let that consistent LMP3 dive down through as it's done on all of your leaders of category there. Raul Anton for Fast Repair Motorsports LMP3, who's currently leading the category by 8.5 seconds. We are firmly in for a treat at the end of this race.
It is nail-biting all the way through, and the final stops would have to be done now. Otherwise, you're leaving it far too late. Any driver changes are going to cost you time. 30 seconds every time you get into the box. Spencer, trying to get on by, needs to really put the hammer down. Looking around the outside, couldn't quite get it all sorted out on the fellow Acura just ahead. So Spencer's going to have to wait a little bit more around going and keeping that defense at an all-time high. Spencer, who's on the climb back up after the contact with the LMP2s into turn one, now just trying to figure out what little pace, what little time, and also gaining any sort of advantage on the rest of the field. They are down 6 positions from where they started overall, lying 25th overall, 11th in class.
Rehan Hakim then having to play the defence, but also keep in mind what the gap looks like in overall at the top, because Hyperion Racing, the 44, have been caught by the 77.07 Racing team, and that gap is just under 0.7 of a second over the line, and they will be staring down the barrel of a fight for race victory here today at Interlagos, and that is going to be big. Echelon GT3 Pro get a penalty for major contact responsibility, and I can only imagine that was with Liper Esports.
And that is a stop hold, 20 to 60 second stop hold that they're going to have to get as well. I mean, that is a big impact to a race. To just sit for 20 seconds, to not have anyone work on the car, because remember, soon as you get any work done to your car as well, it adds to it. You got to make sure your tires are off. You got to make sure the fuel's off. You got to even make sure the windshield tear off is off. Otherwise, it's just going to extend that stop.
Yeah, and crucially, they've declared it as 30 seconds out there. So that is a big amount of hurt out there. Fast Repair Motorsports LMP2 still in a scrap right now with Harvu. Diana Perez has driven absolutely fantastically to hold out at this stage. Ville Ivenainen has been close, but just not close enough, I think, has been the story of the race, of being nearly there, but nearly there's not enough. But I still want to look at overall race lead, because Sangali brings the gap down again to 0.4 of a second, and here it is on screen, passing the likes there of Daniel Stajak, who was there just in front of them as lap traffic. Now they've got to get around Henry Perala here for BP Racing 2, and they will get the clearance here on the left-hand side, but Sangali having the biggest up and down race of pretty much the entire season. This could be one of the great sim racing victories, to be down with 2 penalties in the opening hour and still with a shot of winning.
And to think about it, coming into this race, 10th in the championship, the underdogs of note, taking the fight all the way to the sharp end of the field, with Hyperion Racing just ahead of them. They're running 8th in the championship at current. So this is a big turn of events. Your heavy hitters are further down the field. It is the 2 teams that you wouldn't have expected running so high up.
And Harvu through, and up into that third place, and managing to do so using the traffic there of Sekin Ho there from Hyperion Racing, and also Richard Hartley of Backmarker White just diving down the inside, comfortably getting that pass. But they could still have this chase up the hill because they haven't cleared Hartley yet of Backmarker White. They just about managed to do so out of Junsao. They will now crest up the hill and look at this phase of the race and say, can I get my last spot on the podium?
This is just nail-biting all the way through for Perez. It is all or nothing to gain some time to really make it work. And considering they were the leading team for majority of the race, now having to claw their way back, lying in fourth. You think about it, going back just a couple of hours. If we go to the start of the race, 3 hours and 12 minutes ago, they qualified first place, and now down 3 positions from where they started and chasing down Vinali just ahead, who's not backing down from the fight, looking to really keep going. For Havu, this is big points for them. For the likes of Perez, this is going to be bragging rights of note.
And dare I say this right now, I don't think Fast Repair Motorsports have done anything wrong in this race.
No, I can't actually recall any penalties being issued to them.
It's purely been the race. And speaking of the races here, this is suddenly just woken up in a dramatic fashion here in GT3 Pro, because Voracious now and Fernando Borda are side by side with Philip Klinger. They've got to get this move done here at Hoitingveld, and one more on top of that. Klinger looking at the outside. Borda holds the defence on the inside, nothing doing. Cross back 1, cross back 2, and now you've got the Heta Bosta to go and make this move. Borda on the border, now at defence, looks over and covers on that inside line. Klinger won't get much of a run here to go and give himself that dive down the inside. He was far too close through the curve of the sole, tries on the outside, and again looks to cut him up and under, again looks to try and pick his pocket, and this time does. Fernando Borda on the inside, now has to defend Ferradura. This is brilliant stuff. Mustang versus Corvette, around the outside, Philip Klinger going for it, now needs to go and get it again at Essay. He'll have the inside at the Pinarino corner. If he can hold it here on that inside line, oh, that's a pass of the century.
I can't believe it, the amount of trust both drivers had in one another to keep it so close in some of the most technical parts of Interlagos, that I dare you to try and do that with your best friend. You will not get it done. Philip Klinger managed to hold on, but you gotta give it up to both drivers. That was incredible to watch. And if you want a clip of any moment that should go in iRacing history, that is most probably the 2025 moment.
Wow, you look at that. That was a sensational pass. And did we say that race lead overall was done and dusted? Oh no, we don't, because Hyperion are still not clear, and still the 77 team wait in the wings and think about, can they gain one extra place? Luke Wallace is having to look behind, and Michele Sangali is just waiting with bated breath.
The team order from the Heichenfeld was get in the car, put a brick on the accelerator, and just go. Whatever you do, get that car to the top 3 at all costs. Don't care how you do it. If you wear out your stuff, don't worry, we're going to replace it. Just make sure we are in the running for the top positions.
That's the key, but they've still got to catch the 211 car. They've got to put one car between themselves and Voracious if they want the title, as we consider that Delta Sports Sim Shop, Echelon Sim Sport, Composite Performance, Addicted Racing Crew, they've all got to come in and make one more stop here in this race. They do have to trundle down the lane, get their fuel, get their tyres, and go again. Sangali dives into the pits. This, the final call of LMP3.
Oh, this is always the most stressful part, and you can see the pace that the cars are coming into pit lane. They're going and utilizing every little bit of centimeter before they have to get onto the pit limiter to just try and find any advantage over the competition, because we're not talking about vast gaps between one another. No. We're talking about 5 seconds max between them. And now it is for championship hopes to keep everything alive. Hyperion Racing, Luke Wallace, has got to give it everything he's got to have the cleanest lap possible to open up as much space to the rest of the teams to ensure Hyperion Racing can have some sort of attempt to take the overall win.
Well, at the moment, Ozzy Peltler and Marshmallow Frida are in the pits. Yannick Burkhoff and Leiper are in the pits. Backmarker Green are down in the pit. And they are in the pits right now looking around. They've just had Case Ironman, I think, just drop for them out with a technical issue out there. So it looks like his connection's dropped. And so now they've had to throw Isaac Barkley back in the car with tow time. So Backmarker Green here are in a really tough position because they've now dropped back to 5th place behind Downforce Duo. And we know that GT3 Am and Manatee Blue have to come in and make their stops. Has a drop of connection from Case Ironman just cost Backmarker Green the title.
And for Isaac, who's been in the car for such a long time, the moment he thought he could take a breath, climb out and say, okay, right, I'm going to quickly grab a glass of water, that all got smashed to pieces and has to get refocused into the race. It's just, for a driver's perspective, it's manic, as we do see the Backmarker Racing Green getting out. But here comes Philip Klinger to also carry a lot of momentum through, staring down, saying, listen, I don't want you in my way at the moment. I need you to clear as fast as you can, because we have no time to lose.
We certainly don't. There is Michele Sangali, who is currently piloting out there on track. I look around out of the pits, and leaving the pits now is Hyperion, who've come in and they've put Camden Craft back in the car. You've got Diana Perez leaving the pits now for fast repair. And where is the 077? And at the moment, Sangali is going to be nowhere compared to first and nowhere compared to second. Camden Craft, trying to get tyre temperature immediately, now has a gap on fast repair for the race win.
This is going to be make or break for Camden Craft. He's going to have to utilize the aggression that he had at the start of his initial stint to go and carry the momentum through. Perez, we know, can stay on the pulse for as long as possible. So Ngali has been in the car for quite some time. The advantage, having tires and brakes warmed up to where it needs to be to carry on the momentum all the way through. This is going to be wild. For the last 40 minutes, it is all or nothing. No mistakes can be made. The pressure will be mounting. The radios will fall silent, and it will be just get to the checkered flag no matter what.
This is a very interesting scenario for Josh Burke here for Echelon SimSport GT3 Am. Due a pit stop. In front is Ross Booth, due a pit stop. Michael Weber behind for the Downforce Duo through one of the cautions out then here today with running out of fuel. But for the moment, Joshua Burke brings himself around and is keeping himself where he needs to be. And there is VA Ivanainen, who looks to try and get through. This is going to be a pass then to try and go through and gain past Diana Perez, who has dropped second position away to 0-7. And there's the lunge down the inside. Contact between them. But Ivanainen here lets the position go back there. Didn't feel that the pass was clean and decided against it. Diana Perez losing that place with a mistake up at Ferrari, running off the road wide, which gave Michele Sangali and 0-7 Racing second position again.
Just frustration starting to kick in, and a little bit of desperation, I think, on the driver's part, as they know that the crucial times to score positions is now. You got to make it work. You got to carry it through. And also, you best hope your fuel calculations are absolutely correct, because there is no more stops for the front runners right now. For Havu, it is everything or nothing. For the likes of the Hyperion Racing team, for 0-7 fast repair, everyone needs to keep their finger on the button. They need to ensure to carry as much momentum into this race as possible. For Marshmallow Racing Team, it has been a roller coaster ride of emotions in that team. Now just trying to circulate at this point, hoping for something to happen.
VA Iväinen now continues to bring this close and hopes that a podium is on the cards. I tried to move last lap, didn't work, gave it back. Still though, with 38 minutes to go, there are chances yet, and Iväinen is still in the mix, is still in the range, and it's still there. Lippert, by the way, have just picked up a 10-second penalty for moderate contact responsibility, so they are going to be even further at the back and unable to really focus on what's more. Traffic in front of Fast Repair is the Acura of Delta Sports Sim Shop 289 and Rehan Hakim, who you've got to stay out of the way and does so. But now up the hill, Iväinen might think of a lunge here, but will think back to previous incident in this race and thinks better of it.
Just
here we go.
Iväinen up on the inside, saying, well, the commentators just told me not to do it. Well, I'm going to do it. Up into third.
Well, I didn't try Ferradura. Essay the next corner. Well, why not? It's fair game. Straight down the inside. Diana Peretta, nothing. And Havu now find the podium.
I mean, this is just incredible stuff. And for them, it's a big gain. They're running 5th in the championship. BP Racing is out of the race, so they're going to be climbing up into 4th. So for Iväinen, for the Havu team, this is perfect to score as many points as possible, and knowing that Lippert Esports is also suffering, but don't think it's out of the woodwork just as yet, as Havu needs to try and keep it together into turn 1.
Oh, this is a big, bold move by Diana Perez, and it doesn't work out. Iväinen is able to hold, and they stay as they are, but there's still drive to come along the Heta Posta, over towards the Skida del Lago. A search from Perez to the inside, but decides to leave out of it. Then moving through the fast left-hand bend that they go through at about 170 kilometers an hour. Just about a level that stays in play, but we're still waiting on pit stops out there. Pedro Martins leading in GT3 for Delta Sports Sim Shop, and I'm looking around at the groups here. In comes Addicted Racing Crew to make their stop, and now that will add more for M&J and Team Huizingveld.
Is gonna be a wild run all the way through it, and considering what's on the line, especially here in the LMP2 class, in the GT3 Pro, in the GT3 AMS, it's been a madness run for the teams to just capture every little bit of point possible. But also take a look, Marshmallow Racing starting to gain a bit of time, as we do see a dive towards pit lane. Perez trying to follow through, wasn't going to take the dummy. Perez now looking to the outside, far right-hand side, gets pushed out to the fringes of the circuit, looking for a cutback, and able to do it. But you can see the rears of the LMP2s getting a little bit more lively on the way through. Whoever said the slipstreams are dead in the LMP2 class obviously haven't been racing with these drivers.
Outside searching, heading to... Oh, it was so close! Nearly pinches down and has a very awkward moment with the Havu team. Diana Perez is throwing everything at it, and it's just not working. That's so bold on defense from Iväinen, leaving 0.9 of a car's width, and now there's traffic.
This make or break. Can you box your competitor in? Can you get it done and dusted? Gonna go around the outside. Zero grip there. Looks to switch it to the inside. No run on the way through. And for Fast Repair Motorsport, this is all or nothing to clear the traffic as fast as possible. Loses a little bit of traction on the acceleration, and now doing everything they can. The Harvard team just going and ensuring they're in the right place at the right time. And oh, unfortunately, one of the GT3s going and doing a bit of rallycross.
Yeah, that's never going to be ideal, trying to avoid that. I think that was Spencer Reitzma, who found himself running off the road there at Junsao, so easily done. And ultimately, I think that's going to be as tough can get.
Diana Perez now looking on the inside, trying to gain some time and looking to see if there's any way to move forward at the moment. Currently down the order, lying in fourth with third place within arm's reach, seeing where they can gain a little bit more of an advantage, catching up to our GT3s and catching up to the BP Racing 2 GT3M as they make their way around, doing everything, getting a little bit busy out there. And unfortunately for the Harvey team, Even Iron going and losing out a little bit of time. Perez ensuring that he can put his nose in, gets the drive, and continues on. I mean, this is absolutely how much of a fight the drivers need to move forward. They need to go and claw away at every little bit of gap possible as much as they can. Even Iron lying in third, championship hopes coming into play. So far, BP Racing not in for the running, and Lupit Esports, who was running third coming into this race, dropping down the order and now falling out of contention. This is all a game of cat and mouse at the moment. Fast Repair Motorsport, for the glory of winning out the race, they qualified first, and now they need to try and gain a little bit more to be on the podium, to walk away with the championship saying smiles.
Well, we're down to nearly the final half an hour to go, and Ville Iväinen now gives himself the gap. Title hopes, I think, are out the window here. It's just a case of finding a podium out there on track. It's still at the moment with Marshmallow Frida and that team there in 5th position. I look around at GT3 Pro. I think that's the most important championship that hangs on the edge, because M&J Downforce have a gap. And crucially, they have a gap of about 6 seconds here over Team Huisingveld, so they can hold that margin over towards the end. Voracious will look behind and see what is NJB Performance doing out there. Are they closing? And the answer is yes, because if NJB get by Voracious by any means in this race right now, between now and the end, NJB Performance is the difference maker for Huisingveld to take the title.
I mean, this is just a madness run, and so many drivers doing everything they can. The NJB Performance team have been that silent assassin throughout the race, been lurking to change things up throughout every little bit, and so far been very consistent in their pace at the moment, which has just been absolutely great. Daniel behind the wheel, allowing the LMPs to get on by and keeping his own race, a 133.7, keeping that consistent mark of a mid 133 throughout the race, ensuring that that's going to be the goal. That's going to be the time. Finish up and get as high as one can.
Yeah, and so now Daniel Stajek has an all-important role to play in the final stages. A 33.7 meets a 34.4, 7/10 over that last lap. Fernando Borda is looking vulnerable, and Daniel Stajek could be the driver that gives Team Huisingveld the title in the final half an hour of this championship season. I'm going to step away for the rest of this one, but keeping you with all of the action to the final stages of this race is Stephen Koenig.
Absolutely well done, and big thank you to Jake Sparcy for going and being a part of it. Absolutely great stuff. Daniel Starsick having the opportunity here. Fernando Borda did do his fastest lap time personal of a 134.4, but it's not enough to keep the momentum, slowly dropping off the pace yet again. Both in Chevrolets, both having the same type of driving style, but it's about how they can manage the traffic. How can they manage the pace? Tire drop-off starting to become a bit more of a factor here as the track warms up at the beautiful Interlagos. It's a misty day. It is a day where you've got to try and battle your way through the conditions, and every single one of these drivers are doing whatever they can to keep within the fight. Moving on to the likes of Henry Pola of the BP Racing, currently third and have been on a climb of note. This is a McLaren that has been up third overall in the GT3 class, and now just trying to get more settled in. The 391 a little bit further down, 22nd position, 8 positions up from where they were, and now just keeping the momentum. They got Sikinho in the Ferrari just ahead, the blue Ferrari just doing everything it can. The BP Racing, unfortunately, losing one of their sister cars, now just carrying the team's name all the way to the end for the GT3 AMs, and so far been doing a great job to just keep going. Remember, they are running second in the championship. This is big score of points for them. Leading out the championship is the Backmarker Racing Green that has been through a whole lot of trouble throughout the race. They're lying in 4th place at the moment. So it is all about climbing at the moment. The Echelon SimSport GT3 AM now going into pit lane, dropping down a position as Manti Racing Blue will also get ready to go out yet again. Joshua Buick in behind the wheel. And this will have to be the final stop. 27 minutes to go, lighting up those rears in 2nd place. Can he get ahead of the BP Racing, though? That's going to be the idea. That's going to be the goal plan. Off the pit limiter they go, down the pit lane, and into 3rd place as it's Echelon SimSport to go and make up some time. Joshua Buick going and gaining as much time as possible as he gets on throttle into 2nd place. And now they need to battle their way throughout this race. It's going to be a wild one. It's going to be a crazy one. And it's all about who can get it going. And we've got a caution. We have got a caution right at the end. Safety car will be coming out. And this is going to close the gaps up yet again for Hyperion Racing. They'll have 07 Racing immediately onto the back of them. Haivu will have the likes of a chance for the podium. Fast Repair LMP also, along with Fast Repair LMP 3, will suddenly have Hyperion Racing 2 on the back of them. Echelon SimSport LMP for composite performance. They'll have MJ Downforce onto the back of them. Manti Racing Blue, Echelon SimSport, and for anyone that's tried getting a cheap pit stop, it's all changed. It's all gone wild. And this, unfortunately, has changed the entire game for a lot of these drivers. And they're going to have to be figuring out what's going to be the game plan here. How far can they go in the race? So quick replay. Oh, heavy impact. And that, unfortunately, is one of the Sim Shop going into the wall. That's the 288 into the wall. The Delta Sim Shop taking a monster impact and bringing out the safety car. And there is the BMW M2 that everyone dreaded to see in the final closing stages of the race. You'll see some of the cars making their way around as they get the wave by before the safety car. But now for the rest, it is game on till the end. Who's going to have enough momentum? Who's going to have enough fuel? This is going to be wild. So absolutely monstrous running on the way through. This is going to be a nightmare for a lot of the teams. Hyperion Racing will now have to consider their options of how to get the momentum going. Where can they get the climb to break away from 07 at the moment? And with one safety car right at the end, it's gone and opened up the entire spectrum for the teams. Championships on the line. Raul, who's leading out the Fast Repair Motorsport LMP3 team, has been consistent all the way through. The class that has gotten a little bit smaller, but has provided some very close action. My personal favorite, the LMP3s, now needing to just try and keep it all together. Fast Repair going and making big waves in all the different classes. And this time, they have an opportunity to maximize points. They came in tied with the StemSock Sensations team on 154 points. They're going to be walking away with maximum points, and they've got no worry about Echelon SimSport, who's down in 3rd, to go and walk away with some big running here. So this is going to be close. Our safety car will then start to get everything all organized. Our drivers will be starting to get wave bys. The MJ Downforce 211 will get a wave by our race control and join up at the back of the field. Dennis Mendez will be smiling on this one to get some heat into the tires. And considering they're running second in class, they need to just figure out where's going to be that little bit more of a gap. The composite performance is their target. 51 seconds up the road. Well, that's going to be closed down severely for our LMP3s, our LMP2s, and our GT3s. We saw how busy it can become during the start of the race. Philip Klinger, currently third for the Huisenfeld team, will look to try and score the championship. And as spoken about, is a driver that you do want to have behind the wheel to ensure that you can try and take it. The Mustang is going to have to really work hard here. The Huisenfeld team will fall silent, concentrating on what they need to do. Off to the right-hand side as the GT3s getting the wave by, starting to get the classes split. And this is going to allow a little bit more safety for a lot of the drivers, as your LMP3s and LMP2s don't have to contend with the GT3s, and likewise, the GT3s don't have to contend with the LMPs trying to get some heat back into their tires. And considering the level of stress that each of the drivers are going to be facing, the teams, they're going to be figuring out. Fernando having to deal with Isaac Barkley running in fourth in his class. Isaac Barkley for the backmarker, racing green. They have been absolutely tremendous throughout this entire race. Now have an opportunity to go for fourth, but it's all or nothing to get it done. They have to get past the McLaren of the BP Racing 2 to get it done and dusted. At the moment, they're a little bit further down the order. The wave by will help close that gap up, but generating enough heat into the tires, into the brakes, and to get the head right back in for the race. Lots and lots of pressure coming in, and as we start to get everything more organized, a reminder of what's on the line. Marshmallow Racing team were leading out the championship for the LMP2s. They are now down the order. Def SimRacing were in second coming into this round, and now in for a bit of a fight to move their way up through the order. The Lupit Racing team have been up and down, facing penalties. We take a look towards our LMP3s in the season. It's been Echelon Simsport that came into the champion, well, leading out in the championship. We'll have to figure out. Simstock Sensations and Fast Repair lying in third, but tied in points. For our GT3 Pro, it was Voracious, Team Heikenfeld, Delta Sport, and Backmarker Racing White will be fighting for their win. And we are getting reports from our race control telling everyone to please catch up as fast as possible so they can get ready for the restart. Teams eyeing out that pit lane, no one to go in, and starting to give a little bit of spacing to one another. And actually, we do have cars pulling in. In the final 20 minutes, it is the composite going into the pits to try and get a refuel. They've been out for quite some time, and it's going to be a nail-biter all the way through to get it done and dusted. After leading the race for quite some time, Ross Booth into the pits for the final time will be more than happy with this and ensuring that they can keep going. A sterling effort on their part, but will be tumbling down the order. Stefan Kurzman as well in the Chevrolet, the 378, will need to just wait it out as our safety car just making their way through. This is painful as teams and drivers start building up that frustration, waiting for the opportunity. There is our Team Huisenfeld Mustang rushing around the corner, back onto the train, and seeing everyone ahead. Dennis Mann is just ahead of them. The MJR Downforce team are running in tow with one another and knowing that the Heikenfeld team is right there in for the mix. It's going to be down to the sister car to make it extremely difficult. They're going to be hoping for Fernando Borda to get that pace and try and close up. For Philip, this is all or nothing for the team to maximize points for the championship, to walk away. But first, second, and third overall are going to be right on top of one another for the restart. And we will be ready to get going. Pit entry is open. Safety car lights are on. Teams are starting to generate some heat into the tires. You can already see the LMP2 class are on top of one another, no spaces in time. It will be open cards to whoever can take the win. It's maximizing points, but at the same time, you're going to be focusing on one thing and one thing only, getting to the checkered flag before everyone else. Singali has been on a rapid pace throughout the race, chasing down the Hyperion team, going and trying to find any which way to get past. Unfortunately, has been thwarted too many times. The 07 Racing will need to dig deep on this one to absolutely give it horns a little bit of a turn there, but too much rotation on the throttle, just trying to generate any bit of heat into the tires, and starting to realize that needs to get any bit of getting up and go, and the frustration of the safety car not picking up that pace, wanting to just get the race done and dusted. 17 minutes. This is going to be a sprint race down to the wire. For anyone that has done iRacing officials, you go to a fixed series, you have got 20 minutes in a GT3 race to get it done and dusted. Well, you got multi-class action for a championship with some of the best in the world that are going to fight it out for one last hope here at Interlagos. Philip Klinger of Team Heisenfeld is going to really hope to get away from Voracious as quick as possible, not wanting to hang around. That GT3 needs to disappear in the mirrors. That Chevrolet of Fernando Borda cannot get by. Klinger needs to ensure that he holds his position, goes after Dennis Menes, and can take the win for the GT3 Pro class and GT3 overall class. So it's going to be a wild run for the Heusenfeld team. And we are waiting for the all clear from our COC to go and allow racing to continue as time ticks over. Little by little, the tensions start to raise. And I've just gotten information that the Lupit Esports team seems to have been disqualified. We're going to take a look at that. If it's the case, that has landed up with a problem. And Lupit Esports had a black flag cleared. So just trying to confirm, but it doesn't look to be the case. It looks like they're still up and going. And once the race is green, they will go and put all the black flags for any drive-throughs that are incurred by the sim itself for track limits or past penalties to be put in. Singali in second place for the 07, trying to build up a gap towards the Hyperion Racing and trying to just give it a little bit of acceleration, hard braking, a little bit of acceleration, hard braking, just to ensure that he's able to get enough heat into those tires, enough heat into those brakes to get going on the way through. And it's all or nothing to make it work here. Safety car lights are off. Going to be peeling into the pits. Hyperion Racing will take the green, waiting for it to go. Soon as it gets on the power, it will be up and racing down to the wire. As all our cars for the final time round the corner, final corner, last of the safety cars hopefully, but this has just added every bit of stress to the teams, to the drivers. 14 minutes to go in this race, and we're in for an absolute down to the wire finish for every single driver out here, for every single team, for the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship Round 3 here in 2025, here at Interlagos. Here Hyperion Racing leads out the charge as they all get on the power as quick as they can, and Klinger's in the wall! Klinger is in the wall! The Heisenfeld team is in the wall! Championship hopes dashed in an instant, and that has just changed it all. And a huge pile up into turn 1. It does look like one of our LMP3s getting caught out, but the big talking point is the Heisenfeld team, unfortunately, into pit wall on the restart. Diana Perez going and giving everything he can to try and make up some time up into third. And now for the fast repair team, fighting out the Harbour team, going and really making up some place. And it is our leader that's off the circuit. And fast repair falling down. The Hyperion Racing falling down. It's going manic for our LMP2s as they fight their way through. Ivanen into the lead. Diana Perez in second. Ozzy Patella in third, and Ian Anderson runs in fourth. Camden Craft trying to make up some time for the Hyperion Racing and really losing out that little bit of momentum for the LMP3s, and it's all or nothing, trying to look for the inside, hard braking into first gear over the curbs and just lighting up the rears, battling it out as Fast Repair, Hyperion Racing 2, Echelon Sim Sports are all over the back of one another as they fight their way through, and it's all up to the LMP2s of Cannon Craft to try and make up some time after a devastating mistake off the restart. This is going to be a wild into the ZS's, a side-by-side moment. Oh, and landing up into the dirt, trying to challenge Fast Repair and Hyperion Racing 2, not giving an inch, and now we have got the MJR downforce going and coming into play. MJ Downforce now needs to battle it out, seeing the LMP3s ahead of him, and now figuring out what's going to be next. Unfortunately for Camden Craft, the restart that should have been the runaway has turned into an absolute nightmare for the team as we do get a replay of what happened to Flip Klinger. And this is off the restart. Oh, just gets caught out up against the side of one of the Mustangs. That might have been one of the MJ Downforce cars that was pulled over to the left-hand side. Oh, nowhere to go. And there is one of our LMP3s, Echelon Sim Sports, into the weeds. The rear kicking out, and unfortunately having to wait for the entirety of the field. Zach Herbst now needing to get going. And Zach Herbert now up and going through, having to claw his way back into the GT3 traffic to try and close up towards the front. It has been wild here, but so far that has taken the Heisenfeld team out of the running for the championship right at the last on the restart. And Joshua Buick, this is a replay heading into turn one. 3 wide, never go well, and it just gets all busy on the way through. Joshua landing up with a bit of a tag, turned round into the dirt and having to figure his way out of trouble. You know, it's just chaos on the restarts with cold tires and drivers going and giving it all that they can, knowing the stakes are so high. Daniel Stusek has been moving up forward, lying in third place at the moment for the MJB Performance. They have been on the climb and so far been just slowly chipping away at the moment, but they've got the constant Performance on the back of them, needing to get by. Ross Booth, who is behind the wheel of that Porsche, has been going and making up a lot of ground. As we cut over to a replay, this is Singali getting it all kinds of wrong on the way through. Oh, big tank slapper for the 07 and sliding out very, very wide. Thankfully, oh, never mind, straight into the wall. Big damage coming onto the rear of that suspension and now having to limp it around. Ross Booth looks for the inside, couldn't get it sorted out, and now keeping the pressure on the MJB while they've got the Vicarious team just ahead, doing everything possible. This is a fight for the GT3 Pro, second, third, and fourth place at the moment. And the Composite Performance has been in the top running for quite some time. Before the pit stops first came in, Zach Herb also getting the tank slapper on the way through, just having the rear getting upset and having to wait for the field. And you can see just in shot as well, starting to make his climb. But Ross Booth in the tow has shown the Porsche can be quite formidable, under braking up on the inside of the MJB and trying to make it two, gets it done on Vicarious, but now suddenly the MJB reclaiming the position, gets to the top of the pack. Unfortunately for the likes of Fernando Buerta, he's down the order and will be snapping to try and figure out any bit of heat to get the car sorted out and back into check. I mean, this has turned into a wild moment all the way through. Now, LMP3s now starting to carve their way through, and there is our BP Racing, leader of our GT3M, catching onto the back of Fernando Borda, and we'll be starting to see that there's an opportunity to get on the climb here, because they're currently lying a little bit further down in 15th overall, but have an opportunity to go into the top 4 of the GT3, seeing the fight ahead. Ross Booth trying to look for the inside and not able to get it done and dusted of the NJB. And the Competent Performance Porsche has to wait yet again behind the Chevys, seeing where on earth can he get by the mid-engined V8, trying everything possible to get any sort of momentum. Lying third currently in the GT3 Pro, and has an opportunity in the slipstream, tucking in down low every single time. Side by side they go, heading into the center S. Who's later on the brakes? So hopefully the Porsche has been dominant on it, and Ross Booth up into second place, locks down the apexes to ensure that Daniel is down into third. Daniel Susick for the NJB Performance now has to battle it out, and right in the mirror is the Veracruz team going and closing up at a rate of knots, hoping that they can keep up the momentum on the way through. So huge running for the championship. Massive changes throughout each of the different classes. Perez keeping on the back of the likes of Harvu, and so far Ivanen going and keeping a consistent pace. 7 minutes to go, and first, second, third under a second of one another, having a chance here. Marshmallow Racing has an opportunity to take the championship, and they need to get close enough, as we do see Fast Repair Motorsport going for the overall win. They've taken so far the fastest in qualifying, and now have an opportunity to go for the win. It's going to be a fight out through and through for Marshmallow Racing. They want to score as many points as possible, as they've got their championship fight on the back of them, with the Def Sim Racing team really giving it everything that they've got. You can see over the curbs, really attacking, getting quite aggressive, utilizing as much of the circuit as allowed to get any sort of headroom. And so far, it does look like the fog's starting to lift ever so slightly from the onboard, and the drivers getting a little bit of reprieve after a race in a doldrum of weather at this point. Marshmallow Racing needing to just get the hammer down. Fast Repair Motorsport, LMP, not having any luck against Harvu, losing a lot of time through the infield, not having as much aero grip and mechanical grip that's needed to get on the momentum, but definitely a lot quicker through the faster sweeps. And that tells me that the setup a lot more low slung to try and get that top end speed. And as we do see Marshmallow utilizing a little bit too much of the curb there, will pick up and off track, but not enough to affect them just as yet. Fast Repair in the slipstream will go and mirror the moves of the Harvu team. Looks to the right-hand side, heading to turn one. Side by side they go. No one giving an inch. Who's later on the brakes? Both at the same time. And it looks like Harvu managing to lock in the apex. Aussie hoping to just try and get any form of momentum, bottoming the car out of the center S's, and not having an easy run through it all. Will be back into the train for the final 5 minutes. First, second, and third of our LMP2 class are right on top of one another. And for points, this is big for the Marshmallow Racing team. For Harvu, this is big for their championship. But for bragging rights, full stop goes towards Fast Repair Motorsport, who are not in the championship fight. They were the team that you thought wouldn't be able to be in for the top running, qualified first. They've gained as much pace as possible for round 3, and now in for the final stages of this race. Have an opportunity, a big lockup for the Harvard team, a little bit of contact between the two of them, and it looks like the Marshmallow tried to look for the inside. Ivanen going and losing that little bit of traction after Perez gave a little tap on the rear quarter, and now Aussie trying to put his nose in, and suddenly Def Sim Racing out of nowhere up on the inside. First, second, third, and fourth closing up. Def Sim Racing now trying to challenge the Marshmallow Racing team. Aussie needs to keep the power on, knowing that their points are on the line. It's drastic at the moment. Trying to close off the gap, trying to stop the inside line being looked at this point. And the Def Sim Racing team absolutely hammering on pushing as hard as they can. This is going to be a big, big run for them. I mean, this is going to be a huge, huge run for every single one of the LMPs to battle their way through. And we've got confirmation that the Heisenfeld 248 Ford Mustang GT3 unfortunately is out of the race. They retired the car. They will not see the checkered flag, and that is the championship done and dusted for them. Unfortunately, losing it right at the last. The Vicarious team will be rather happy on that one to walk away with some great points on the way through. This is going to be absolutely mad. Aussie with a quick flash of the light saying, listen, I'm going to come by. I need to gain something over the likes of Harvu at the moment. Ivan, who is locked in to Fast Repair ahead of them. Fast Repair in the final 2 minutes will be pulling the big overall win here. Qualified at the top of the charts and now have an opportunity to really go for the overall win. Start to finish, they led majority of the race. They had to fight it out in the last little bit, and now they're catching up to the GT3s, first to the back markers to try and cut their way through. This is going to be a wild one. Unfortunately, not going to be an easy run for our drivers, because one little slip here, one little loss of traction will mean it done and dusted as they get past the likes of Sikian in the Ferrari, and you could see the front end absolutely destroyed off him, but the 244 trying to make up some time. Aussie once again looking to try and get by, and it does look like the Fast Repair team lost out to Harvu. Harvu stuck on the outside, manages to sweep across the nose. Marshmallow Racing tried having a look as well, and it's Ivanen who manages to get the run. A big look for the Marshmallow Racing team up on the inside. Contact with the Fast Repair. Bit of paint rubbing going on. The Def Sim Racing team immediately getting into the attack as well. Wants to try and get on by for Fast Repair. This is going backwards for them. In the final 1 minute 30 seconds, it's a hanger-on for the teams to maximize the points. Aussie down for Marshmallow Racing team. It has got all the hopes of the team to maximize the points, to walk away with the championship, and all he needs to do is get it across the line and ensure that there is no way the Def Sim Racing can get across and beat them. In through the slipstream, white flag waving, final lap to go for round 3, and it is going to be the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship final lap here at Interlagos. Championship on the line for many of the teams. We've seen highs, lows, thrills and spills. Aussie got to give us another one up on the inside, trying to get past the Fast Repair Motorsports, and it's stuck on the outside. Can they get the cross? Unfortunately not. The 0-2 not able to get on, and now Marshmallow Racing up into second place. This is perfect for Harvu. They've opened up the gap 1.1 seconds up the road and ensuring they keep the momentum going on the way through the infield. Nose to tail for the Def Sim Racing team. It is time to throw everything, throw caution to the wind. You've only got a couple of corners to get it done and dusted. For Fast Repair, it is all or nothing to try and gain some time here. Starting out in first, dropping down into third. The last thing you want to do is lose out the run. You want to stay in the podium. Despite it all, Ian Anderson gonna battle it their way through, but it is gonna be the Harvu team that will go across the flag, taking the checkered, smiling all the way through. Ivan Arnon will have the honors of taking the checkered flag here at Interlagos. Marshmallow Racing team finishes up in second place with Fast Repair in third. Hyperion Racing will go and finish up behind along. I mean, this has just been wild. First of our LMP3s, Hyperion Racing, Timothy Frills Lawson will be going and smiling ear to ear on that result. They've kept it clean all race. Second will be Fast Repair Motorsports LMP3, and that is a great result. Right behind them will be Team Huisenfeld, who have battled their way through in the LMP3s, and great addition to them. A great, hard, well fought on the way through. Dennis Menez will take the win for the MJ Downforce as they come across the line. for the GT3 Pro. It has been a hard-fought fight. It has been a difficult one, but will take first place. Composite Performance will take second. Third place, right behind, will be the NJB Performance. Therefor Transport, Vicarious will come across the line. They're going to be smiling ear to ear after their performance and knowing that they've managed to clinch up the victory for the championship. The Manti Racing, Delta Sport, as everyone comes across. Battle scars being shown by many of the cars as they finish their way through here at Interlagos for round 3 of the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship of 2025. And it has been a wild ride through it all. Marshmallow Racing Team gonna be smiling after that stellar performance. Were able to get themselves to the top of the order. And now, get ready to rock and roll. Right by the checkered flag. Beautiful shot of the LMP3s. A bit of a donut. Why not? For the celebrations for the Marshmallow Racing Team. They've earned it. They've fought as hard as they can to battle out for the championship in the LMP2 class. It has been a climb of note with no way of calling it throughout the championship. They came into round 3 on 181 points, winning out Daytona, losing out to the likes of Def Sim Racing at Nürburgring, but going and getting the beat at Interlagos. Aussie will have those tires absolutely wrecked by the end of it. And that, unfortunately, does bring us to the end of the race, but not to the end of the show, because we are going to be pulling in a couple of guys to have a chat with all the different teams, and let's go through the results in the race. So it's a Havu Racing Team taking first place, Marshmallow Racing in second, Fast Repair Motorsport and LMP in third, Def Sim Racing, 07 Racing in fifth, Hyperion Racing, Leopard Esports unfortunately out of the race, along with BP Racing. The German Sim Racing Orange did not get the start finish line and will be 150 laps on our timing board. So great stuff from our LMP2, some very close racing. But that being said, taking a look at the LMP3s, it's the Hyperion Racing 2 that's taken the win, a lap ahead of Fast Repair Motorsport LMP and Team Hussenfeld in third. Echelon Simsport, who's gone a bit venturing, also finishing up in fourth place. Good points scored. Unfortunately, the leader managing to put a lap on all of them. Moving on to our GT3 Pros, it's the MJ Downforce out in first place, Composite Performance in second, MJB Performance by Therefor Transport in third, Vicarious in fourth place, Delta Sport Sim Shop in fourth, sixth is Addicted Sim Racing Crew, Backmarker Racing White, Hyperion Racing 3, Echelon Sim Sport GT3 Pro, and MJ Downforce 2 rounding out our top 10. Further down from there is a Delta Sim Shop Team Hussenfeld, unfortunately retiring the car right at the end after the impact. Nürburg Esports with a retirement, and Fury Simsport Green as well with an early retirement in the race. Moving on to our AMS, it is BP Racing 2 going and putting in a stellar effort, taking the win in their class, but also fighting it out towards the top podiums of the GT3s. Manti Racing Blue, followed by Echelon Simsport GT3, Black Backmarker Racing Green in fourth, and Downforce Duo finishing out in fifth. So the big win coming in is that the Marshmallow Sim Racing Team managed to get the championship win for the class. They are going to be smiling ear to ear and managed to just clinch it at the line. What a absolute epic race on them, and congratulations, and definitely there's going to be some huge celebrations on their part for what's to be had. And this is going to be a wild ride. That being said, so we're going to be pulling in a couple of our drivers, have a chat to them, get a bit of a feel of what the race was, how was it out there for the drivers, and who managed to go and take the most positives out of a very difficult race here at Interlagos. That's 4 hours of racing that has been nose to tail, through and through, the whole way around. And drivers really needing to figure out what's going to be the ultimate charge. Started out in misty conditions, slowly warmed up, and drivers had to work through multiple safety cars that went and cooled down the tires, cooled down the action before we restarted here at Interlagos. We saw some close side-by-side action, that multitude through every single run. I mean, this is going to be just a stunning run. And our virtual grandstands absolutely gone wild with it. Huge championships being handed over. The big impact coming in for the Heusenfeld team, unfortunately, on the restart, getting put into the wall. They tried moving over to the left-hand side. Unfortunately, didn't see the Mustang so close. Got turned around, and one big bang crash later. Championship hopes done and dusted. I mean, this is just great stuff. And we got to talk about the Vicarious team, who managed to go and take the championship right at the end. And even Fernando Boda in the pit saying, did we win? Did we get it? Have we finally managed to clinch it? Well, you did. In the Chev, you managed to get the run. You got the huge chase through, and that is what's needed. Just keeping it out of the wall. Unfortunately, bad luck came in for the Heusenfeld team, and an honestly gut-wrenching blow right at the end to see it through. But we have got a couple of drivers to have a chat to us here. Starting off with Ozzy Patella. Welcome, Ozzy. An absolutely stellar effort. How are you feeling after the race?
Yeah, I have to be happy with the results and winning the championship at the same time. Yeah, just a little tired from driving.
Well, it seemed like you had just this huge, close battle, nose to tail the whole way through, going and figuring out what you need to do. How was it having your championship rivals right on your tail the whole way through the race, keeping that pressure on?
Yeah, it was stressful, especially after the safety car and the incident where I spun in the first corner, and really stressful after that, and there was some not so nice words said, but we came through and managed to take P2 in the end and take the championship.
And it's been a hard-fought fight through as well. We've got Renan, who was just in, but I mean, this has been a hard-fought fight for the Marshmallow Racing team. Your overall thoughts of the race coming into this 4 hour?
Yeah, we had absolutely no idea about the pace we were going to have, and with Nathan replacing Moritz for the last round, as Moritz had something else to do. And yeah, just did not know what to expect on the pace, but in the end it showed it's pretty good, especially the first half of the stint. Then it seemed to drop a little bit, but surprisingly good, and did not expect finishing in second position this race.
Oh, absolutely great stuff, and congratulations to you and the team on a well-fought fight to the end. It was a great battle all the way through, and I'm sure there's going to be massive celebrations back in the pits.
Yeah, somewhat, yeah. Celebrations, it's a broad word, but yeah, something, maybe. Pizza.
Joining us also is Nathan Walter, who's had a up and down race. Nathan, you went and battled it out nose to tail with the drivers, having to contend with some of the worst of the traffic. Your thoughts on the race?
It was a pretty clean race. Ozzy did a great job with the pace, and my job is basically just to sub in and keep the car clean. And that's what I did. And he went ahead and carried Marshmallow to the championship win. And, that's all you can really ask for from a driver. And he did a great job. So,
well, with the team championship like this, you definitely had a close moment. At what point did you guys think this is our opportunity to clinch the win?
Yeah, that was like planned from the start, but yeah, after the last safety car, it really came alive that we could actually take it, and just need to get the car to the finish.
Fantastic stuff. Well, before I let you two go, anything you would like to say to the virtual grandstands and to everyone going and cheering on with the racing that you've just had? The floor is yours, the champions, Marshmallow Racing.
A big thank you to every other team on the track and everyone who's been watching. Let's see, maybe next season then again, fighting for the win.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Nathan and Ozzy. Congratulations on the win here at Interlagos, and congratulations on becoming champions. The Marshmallows are always best when they're first.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff having Nathan and Ozzy to have a chat with us. Next up, we're going to have the Harvey team come in and have a chat. What a stellar run, and a very, very warm welcome to Mr. Conan and Mr. Ivan for a stellar race. I'm going to start off with Ivan. Listen, it was a brutal race out there. You got caught out in a couple of the restarts, the safety cars really going and challenging you. How was your race there?
Yeah, I think we had a few unfortunate moments at the beginning in the first half of the race with the cold tires and one small contact, but then they managed to keep the car still in one piece, and after that we needed obviously the safety car to get back on the pack, and luckily we had some luck with that. Last 15 minutes, obviously you saw it in the stream, but it was really hard fighting. Nice fight and nice race, and thank you for Teemu and Havu for this race. I joined as a backup driver for this one, but big thanks.
Oh, absolutely a hard-fought fight. Taking a look at the final moments of the race, were you stressed about it? Were you calm? Was it just carry on the momentum, don't worry about what's happening around you, to go for the checkered flag?
Yeah, it's just you are in that one moment, one corner, one lap at the time. So I was just looking at the laps remaining and like thinking few corners ahead where I can be faster than the guy behind or sometimes in front of me. But yeah, that's about it.
Absolutely great stuff. Kodogan, welcome to the commentary box, and once again, congratulations to the Harvo team. And how are you feeling? You had to pull a couple of laps where we saw you lifting a little bit early, saving a bit of fuel, trying to lengthen your stints. How are you feeling after that, just to carry momentum, especially in these LMP2 cars?
Well, thank you. And to be honest, we didn't save too much fuel, as we know from the beginning in this series. The safety cars might play a big role, so we didn't want to pay too much attention to our tactics. So we pretty much just pushed the pedal to the floor from the beginning and see where we end up. And well, here we are now.
Well, great stuff. Going and taking the win. Now, is this a positive carryover for the team for the rest of 2025?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Is now, with taking the win here, is this a positive momentum heading for the rest of 2025 with future racing with the Harvo team?
Yeah, for sure. We've had for the first races in this series, we had a bit of a bad luck. So now it's really nice to see that our luck turned, and we had a great pace together with Ville, and I'm quite hopeful for the future series, and I saw that there is a new series coming in the autumn time, so looking forward to it.
Absolutely great stuff. Well, thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations on taking the overall race win here at Interlagos, despite the trickier conditions for the LMP2 class. Congratulations to the entire Harvey team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, been an exciting time, and we're going to be bringing in our LMP3s, the Hyperion Racing 2. Timothy, welcome to the commentary box, and what a stellar run. How are you feeling with the race?
I'm feeling very happy, of course. It's only my third endurance race, and the first one we have finished up high up. So, yeah, extra fun for me.
Now, it's been an exciting one. For the LMP3 class, a little bit smaller, what was the game plan for the Hyperion Racing team?
At the start, it was just creating a gap, I guess. I didn't really think too much about it, but I drove fast laps, I guess. And yeah, when it came to a safety car later on, Doug made a great decision to go into the pits, which the current leaders did not, and that put us ahead of them. And even though he spun later on, he kept going well. And yeah, after the final safety car, I managed to get back into the lead and win the race.
Well, it's a great run for the Hyperion Racing team, and let's move over to your teammates and just find out. I've got to ask the simple question. Being an LMP3, contending with GT3s, especially in pack racing, how was it out there?
Oh, brother. It was interesting. I got to be honest with you. I knew that the performance was very similar. I know that, P3s have better aerodynamic capabilities compared to the GT3s, but, you really got to be cognizant about making sure you don't, bump them off the track, or, you give them enough space, especially on those really high cambered sections of the track, just trying to be extra mindful, especially when you got the LMP2s coming through as well, because, you want to make sure you give everyone enough space so you can, continue to do your tasks.
And coming into this, you're maximizing points game plan. What was there a game plan, or was it just try and get it all the way through to the end?
Yeah, rule one was survival. I did not do that very well, but Tim was able to keep his raw pace going up. I made a lucky call to go in on the pit for that second pit, because I figured, it was like an hour and a half in, we were only going to have 2 more stops, so we might as well take one of those 2 now. And it served out to be the right choice. And then, yeah, I decided to spin. I wanted to keep a little bit of theatrics involved there, but, we just kept our head down and kept moving forward.
Absolutely great stuff. Well done to the Hyperion Racing 2 team, the LMP3s, the underrated class that has some of the greatest racing, I personally think, and the Hyperion Racing going and getting it through. Well done, guys. Absolutely stellar effort, and can't wait to see what the future brings.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Absolutely great to have a chat to our LMP3 drivers. Very underrated class, but definitely a course, our GT3 winners to come and have a chat to us. Jean-Philippe, welcome to the commentary box, and Dennis, welcome to the commentary box. How are you guys feeling? That was white knuckle racing from start to finish.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, it was a crazy race, I guess. Especially the restarts were, were a bit crazy, but heartbeat went a bit higher there. In the end, a lot of fun. We won the race, so perfect Saturday, I guess. Looking forward for the next one.
Well, let's talk. Jean, you had the difficult stage of the race where you were just on the back of the Heisman team, trying to battle out, keeping that bit of momentum. How difficult was it to keep the Mustangs in tow with one another and not get thrown too far out with the lapping traffic coming through, and also trying to get past traffic?
Yeah, of course it's quite difficult when there are faster cars chasing you and you have to watch out. Let them pass at a space where you don't lose too much time. But in the end, I tried to save as much fuel as possible then. It worked quite well. We could run 1 or even 2 laps more compared to the other ones. So yeah, it was basically more just don't do any mistakes, save fuel, and then try to catch them at the pit stops.
Absolutely fantastic. Dennis Menz, you went and got the car across the line for the win, but not without some very white knuckle moments. 3 wide into turn 1 a few times. How are you feeling with just the overall pace that the team had? Your sister car trying to give in the fight as well, and also giving you a little bit of a dive heading through the center S's.
Yeah, I was really happy with the pace from both of us, and it was an incredible race for us. We were thinking that we will be able to fight for the win, and worked out really well, especially with Jan together. He made good work for us with saving the fuel, and it worked out really well at the end. He was able to save some seconds in the pits, and the pace at the end, the last run was great. I was able to increase the gap between my competitors. I'm really happy.
Absolutely great stuff. Well, for the MJ Downforce, you guys have done an absolutely stellar job to bring the car across the line. The mighty Mustang taking the win here at Interlagos and maximizing the points. Congratulations, and go and enjoy the celebrations out there in the virtual grandstands. I'm sure there's going to be tons and tons of people going and looking forward to seeing you there.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely stellar stuff from our drivers, and so much that has gone on in the championship. It was just topsy-turvy all the way through, but it is going to be a wild run. A little bit of fun info coming through for anyone tuned in that's super excited seeing after Interlagos. Keep an eye out on the SimRacing Republic, because a little bit of a calendar's come out. Rumored that we're going to be on September 27th heading to the 4 hours of Portimao. Round 2 will be on October 25th at 4 hours of Barcelona. November 15th will be the 4 hours of Pagani course, and all the registrations open up on the 1st of August. So you want to go and get yourselves there, get signed in with your team, and be a part of the amazing racing. I mean, this is going to be incredible stuff. A big thank you to all of the teams. Big thank you to the teams here at GSRC, to the Genesis Extreme. Big thank you to Jake Sparcy coming in and being an amazing voice, but also to our director, Christian Deploy, frantic as a director, and all the cameras of Dugibard coming and just giving us those amazing shots that we got to see over the course of these 4 hours of racing. It has been a wild one, ladies and gentlemen, and there's still so much to come. So keep an eye out as we head over to the IMSA Vintage Series that's going to be at Summit Point, the Kimmel GT IMSA Vintage Series that will be on the 10th and will be coming up very, very shortly. We've got the Skip Barber race this Sunday, followed by the Classic Lotus Grand Prix and our Grand Prix Legends, if you're looking forward to seeing some of those 49s going out and having a great run. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you keep your eyes tuned to the GSRC channel, hit that subscribe, and get ready for the racing action. My name is Stephen Koenig. Thank you for joining us, and like always, a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, everybody.